right, we're ready to get started. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025, and this is the City Council's regular meeting. Calling this meeting to order and giving notice to the City Council and to those present that at this meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for consultation with the city's attorneys. And can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Let me adjust that. Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember Spence, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Please stand.
Councilmember Garcia, could you read our mission statement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And Councilmember Matthews, could you read our land acknowledgement?
I would love to. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, next up is open call to the public, and this is the public's opportunity to address the council about any item that is not on the printed agenda. And because it's not on the agenda, we can't respond, ask questions, answer questions. And if you wish to speak about an item that's on the agenda, you'll turn in a comment card when that item is up. So first up, we have Rebecca Sayers.
Hello, I was not expecting to be first. I'm going to show you a video, if that's okay. My name is Rebecca Sayers. I'm the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events Division Director. And if I can get this going and talk at the same time, we'll be doing great. No. Okay. As many of you know, we recently just finished our Bushmaster Park Sports Court project. I want to show you some drone footage that will take us from, hopefully, the beginning of the project to pre-construction. I promise that I played this before the meeting and it worked perfectly. And so this is an image of before construction. You can see we had 2 basketball courts and 2 tennis courts that doubled as pickleball courts. In the top right image, you can see the existing skate park that remains. The basketball and tennis courts were all cracked and had major repairs needed. We ended up, I'm just gonna start pulling this through. We ended up, maybe it's because we're on Teams, I'm not sure. So we demoed those existing courts completely. We poured 4 new slabs. So now we have 2 brand new concrete basketball courts, 2 brand new tennis courts, and 8 pickleball courts. 6 are in a group together and 2 are separate. So this image shows those courts being poured and the post-tension slabs going in. What I really want to show you is our final images. Trying to get there. And we were able to install brand new LED lighting with this project, and you can see that in these images. And what we really wanted to showcase is this is the modern technology lighting, and you can see here that the light goes straight down onto the courts. There's no spillover. It doesn't light up the whole park. It lights up the courts and the courts alone. This is modern day sport court lighting and field lighting. We hope to be able to bring this to the future of Flagstaff Parks and Recreation. And apologies for the glitchiness of the video, but hopefully this gives you an idea. So these are the finished courts. The basketball courts are the turquoise. The pickleball courts are here on the right, and then the tennis courts are up on the left. We had a ribbon cutting last week. That was very successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joseph Spence.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joseph Spence. I am in a wheelchair, and over the last month, I have had such a disgrace. I have been part of the CIAL meeting for years, as far as I can remember. And when I got home a couple months ago, I checked my email, and all of them were canceled. And I'm like, what the heck? First of all, whoever canceled the meetings, you guys should be ashamed. And I don't know who canceled it, but I'm so ashamed. I get to City Hall every day, and I'm super happy that I get to be a part of these meetings with Russ, with Elida, and everybody else. But now, I don't get to do that now. All the meetings were canceled on me. I was supposed to have a meeting in November and December, but that did not work out for me. I'm pretty appalled. I'm pretty frustrated. Not at you guys. The way that didn't go good for us, really? First of all, nobody never told all of us that the meetings were canceled, and that really made me mad. It really made Russ mad, and it really made everybody else frustrated as heck. And I don't know how you guys can resolve this situation, but if you have that idea, if you have any ideas of how it makes me feel, it honestly frustrates me, honestly to God. Because if I didn't have these meetings, how would I learn to figure out what to do with the sidewalks? How would I figure it all out? And now I can't. And I've been doing these meetings for years. Heck, I even had a chance to do it on Microsoft Teams a lot. But then I had a chance to go to City Hall and meet some wonderful people around here. And I'm truly disappointed about how it ended up to this point. So we don't know where it ends up at this point, but I wish it could have ended up better. I wish we could have resolved it any more better than this. My name is Joseph Spence. If you guys have any concerns, you guys can come to me.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up, we have Russell Randall and then Elida Peril.
Mayor and honorable members of the council, I am Russell Randall. I live at 1199 West Coy Drive in Flagstaff. Today, I speak to you as a representative of two disability advocacy groups in our community, the Northern Arizona Community of Practice Transition Team, as well as Barrier Free Flagstaff. Today, I'm addressing you over the suspension of meetings of the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. As you are aware, at the request of the previous city manager, all meetings and activity of the commission have come to a complete stop for the past 3 months. Members of the disability community have been advised that it is likely that this pause in commission meetings will stay in place until late spring. This long suspension of commission activity is extremely harmful to the disability community of Flagstaff. And now the harm caused by this suspension is compounded by the understanding that city staff will not meet with disability advocacy groups until the commission reconvenes in the late spring. This ongoing suspension of meetings and communication between city staff and the disabled community of Flagstaff is denying the disability community the voice it needs as the city council and city staff are making decisions that affect the disability community. Without an active working commission on inclusion and adaptive living, the concerns of people with disabilities can only be addressed in an ad hoc, uninformed manner. An active, dedicated commission provides a structured platform for disability-related issues to be addressed proactively and systematically. Additionally, the commission serves as a central point of advocacy for the disability community. The commission reviews city initiatives, infrastructure projects, and policies to ensure that they meet or exceed the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The commission provides expert guidance to city departments on best practices for accessibility, universal design, and inclusive services. And the commission provides communication and collaboration between the city government and the disability community. These are community functions that simply do not take place without the commission being allowed to meet or carry out its duties. An immediate restart of the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living would demonstrate a tangible commitment from the City Council to creating a city where people of all abilities can fully participate and thrive. Resuming commission activity would demonstrate that the City Council cares about meeting the needs of Flagstaff disability community and that it is willing to invest in equity, independence, and the overall well-being of our community, ensuring that opportunities are not limited by disability. And an immediate resumption of commission meetings would indicate to the Flagstaff community that in our city, accessibility and inclusion have not become taboo words or ideas, and that our city council will not be coerced into giving up on the ideas of equal representation and justice for all its citizens. Therefore, we advocates for Flagstaff's disability community strongly urge the City Council to immediately restart the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living and to schedule its meetings monthly, as has happened for the past quarter century. We and other members of the community are ready to offer our complete support in restarting the Commission so that it can perform its most important duties. Today, I sincerely thank you for your time and your consideration of this very important matter.
Thank you. Elida?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Elida File, lifelong Flagstaffian, and today I'm really here as a person, although I do also work with Barrier Free Flagstaff and the Northern Arizona Northern Arizona Community of Practice Transition Team. And I am here also to speak to the importance of the City of Flagstaff Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. I think it speaks volumes about our city's integrity that we have such a commission to give a voice to people with disabilities and to ensure that all citizens are included and respected within our city. The recent cessation of commission activities and meetings has denied people with disabilities that voice in our community, and we're feeling that impact. I've been a part of organizations that have reached out to meet with the city to collaborate and to make progress together to serve people with disabilities, and have been met with the same message that currently disability work is on hold until the commission is reinstated. I think that's counterproductive to the city's goals. I believe that the city does want to include people with disabilities, be compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, et cetera. So I am also here to urge all of you to please reinstate that commission and resume its meetings and activities as quickly as possible. I would also like to request that a change to the member handbook for commissions be made, and that if there is conflict on a commission, I believe that there should be a resolution process to address whatever issues are coming up instead of pausing a commission. And I believe that's a procedure that should apply to all commissions, as they all serve essential functions. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Danielle Adams.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Danielle Adams, and I am the Executive Director of the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. I also have our President, Chris Luganbuehl, here in the audience. I'm here to say thank you. This Flagstaff City Council is the latest in a long line of Flagstaff governments that have consistently decided to protect our starry sky in order to protect and enhance the quality of life here in Flagstaff. In 2001, those efforts were formally recognized when Flagstaff became the world's first international dark sky city. And next year, our community will be celebrating 25 years with that designation. But just last week, Flagstaff was recognized again by Dark Sky International with their Dark Sky Place of the Year award. So allow me to read their description of this award. Dark Sky Place of the Year award for Flagstaff, Arizona in the United States. This award is given in recognition of a recent exceptional achievement to an international dark sky place. Flagstaff, Arizona was the first community designated as an international dark sky place in 2001, setting a lasting standard for urban night sky stewardship. Building on its 1958 outdoor lighting ordinance, the city has achieved full compliance with dark sky approved lighting, enforcing municipal codes to reduce uplight, glare, and light trespass. And let me say, our code is actually higher than Dark Sky International's standard. We're leading the world. Flagstaff demonstrates that large communities can sustain long-term dark sky efforts while supporting urban growth. The city offers diverse programming beyond astronomy, engaging residents and visitors in environmental education and cultural events. Additionally, Flagstaff actively mentors other communities pursuing dark sky certification, sharing expertise and best practices to expand global impact. Its continued leadership and innovative approaches serve as a model for cities worldwide seeking to balance development with night sky preservation. And from me, I would like to say that this award belongs to all of our residents and community leaders who do their part in ways large and small to keep the Milky Way visible where we live, even when that place has a population of more than 75,000 people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleen Maring.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Colleen Maring. I'm the Chief People Officer at Northern Arizona Healthcare. And today I'm here to highlight our educational partnerships, one in particular, Coconino County Community College. We were very pleased to see that voters supported the CCC bond election earlier this month, as it enables the school to build more space for its nursing and allied health education programs that really directly benefit us all as residents here in Flagstaff. Northern Arizona Healthcare is the only acute care placement where students can locally do their clinical rotations while they're learning nursing or to be a paramedic, or CCC's soon-to-be launched programs in OR scrub techs and respiratory therapy. And as CCC builds the facilities it needs to physically expand class sizes and host those programs, we are all in on hosting those students and doing everything we can to keep them here in the community. not only is it easiest for us to recruit folks when they live here locally, but we get very excited about it because we get to see our community's economic earning power increase and their education level increase. So a new student in nursing or in paramedic school can come to us, do a rotation, see what it's like to work with us, and we do really, really well at hiring and retaining those students, and then funding their continued education through CCC. So it's this great upward spiraling partnership that we have with CCC and benefiting the city of Flagstaff. In particular, we're grateful to CCC for listening to our pleas to build a respiratory therapy training program as well as an OR scrub tech program. We actually need those folks more direly than we need nurses, and when there isn't a training program locally, it's really hard to get people here. Just to give you a sense of volume, in the first 10 months of the year, we've hosted 181 CCC students completing clinical rotations, but over 900 students in all training programs of all types, from Yavapai College, from NAU, from North Country, and from places far away, but we're really excited to increase the percentage who are right here locally training inside Flagstaff, living inside Flagstaff, and hopefully continuing their career and economic development inside Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Sean Golightly, who is speaking for a group. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes. And thank you to all of you for being here, and thank you for providing the comments ahead of time.
Of course, Mayor, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, thank you for the time to be here. I'm here to speak on behalf of my community, which includes the Southside Community Association and other assembled neighbors of the Southside neighborhood. And we're here tonight, frankly, because we love this city and we love our neighborhood. And some of us have had families in this neighborhood for over 100 years. Other of us are raising families in 100-year-old homes. Southside neighborhood, if you don't know, is Flagstaff's longest continually inhabited neighborhood, and it contains some of Flagstaff's richest history, some of its most vibrant streets and businesses, and that is one of the reasons that we love it. But today, the Southside is at risk of driving out its residents. I'm here to ask for your help so that we can address these problems together and keep the Southside thriving for another 100 years. So to paint the picture, I want to share a few stories with you. One Southside mother and homeowner has in recent years endured relentless late-night noise and targeted harassment from a nearby bar. The business owner posted her home and address online. Her husband, a respected city employee uninvolved in the issue, was publicly attacked through the bar's social media. What was once their safe home is now fraught with fear. For 6 years, she has done everything asked of her by the council, staff, police, and yet her family still endures relentless late-night noise and targeted harassment from the bar next door. Another mother will tell you how she laid on the floor beside her 6-month-old son, feverish with COVID, while the bass from a completely different bar a block away rattled items off of her nursery shelves. She wanted to call the police, but enforcement required officers to enter the home to verify the noise, so she was forced to choose between being disturbed by nuisance noise or being disturbed by an armed officer in her sick child's bedroom at 1 in the morning. Another family with yet another bar nearby will tell you how they endured one of the worst weekends they've seen this last Halloween. Groups drank openly in their illegally parked vehicles and then walked in loud packs to the bar next door. The next morning, residents filled buckets with trash, broken glass, beer bottles, pizza boxes that were strewn across their yards. And yet another neighbor awoke the same morning to find large dents in their truck after asking people parked illegally that night to go from the bar and move their car. Finally, another resident, whose family has lived on the South Side for over 100 years, will tell you that for months he has been cleaning urine and worse from the side of his home because the bar next door doesn't have adequate restrooms for the crowds that it invites into its operation. He recently called the police at 12:30 a.m. when a loud group of drunk people leaving the same bar gathered on his property. It escalated into a riot, shouting, attempts to fight responding officers, and arrests, all outside of his family's bedroom windows. And these stories are not the only stories by far, but some people are afraid to speak publicly for fear of retaliation from business owners, landlords, and the like. But these stories also underscore what scientific research consistently shows. Disturbances like chronic noise are not just a nuisance, they are a public health and safety issue. For example, a 2024 study published in the Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology concluded that excessive noise exposure can impact the central nervous system, increase the susceptibility to mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, elevated cortisol, and other stress hormones. A 2022 study from the Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health found a negative link between high noise annoyance and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, and general mental health. A 2025 article from the Center of Occupational and Environmental Health shows that the risks of noise disturbance extend to hypertension and heart disease, and that the potential impact on children could be more serious because evidence shows that once exposed to excessive noise, the body may overreact with repeated exposures, amplifying the negative effects. And as you put these together, hopefully you can understand why Southside residents are exhausted. We have watched neighbors give up on this situation and move away. Coming up on 7 years, we have followed every process the city has asked of us with regards to these issues. We have talked to our neighbors personally. We have called non-emergency lines. We have submitted petitions and reports, attended meetings and community commissions, cleaned up the trash and human waste that has been left on our properties. And police have responded when they can, but this issue has outgrown what law enforcement alone can solve. The problem has grown due to a pattern of inaction. When residents speak up, they follow the process, file reports, attend meetings. Many are met with silence or worse, harassment, intimidation, and public retaliation. In a healthy city, silence should never be the cost of living in your neighborhood that you've lived in for 100 years. From our perspective, attempts to fix this through policy have been stalled again and again. The city has spent thousands of taxpayer dollars on a professional consultation for a noise ordinance and then moved on without adopting any of the recommendations. Residents supported a decibel-based ordinance, certain business interests opposed it. A non-decibel version was proposed, and those same business interests opposed it for not being based on a decibel system. We've gone around and around and around and gotten nowhere. And now, the South Side, once a stable, multi-generational neighborhood, is seeing families leave. It's seeing stress rise and the sense of belonging erode. Families live with things that no resident should tolerate. Music and bass shaking their walls past 2 a.m., children unable to sleep, strangers wandering into your yards, vandalism, public urination, and escalating aggression. And the most heartbreaking fear is this, that the city will not act until someone is seriously hurt. Fortunately, and I do mean fortunately, the solution is already in front of us. The Flagstaff City Zoning Code already exists to protect against these very issues. The core of the South Side is composed by community commercial zoning, which, according to City Code 10-40.30-040, is meant to, quote, encourage a wide variety of goods and services. The provisions of this zone are intended to ensure that such commerce will be compatible with adjacent non-commercial development and minimize the undesirable effects of heavy traffic and commercial activity, end quote. The code is unambiguous. Commerce will be compatible with adjacent non-commercial established development. Or to put it plainly, businesses will be compatible with their residential neighbors. With a little common sense, I think you would agree that if a business is keeping their neighbors up all hours of the night, drawing in crowds that they can't control, that end up using their neighbor's house as a urinal or a trash can, that business would not meet the standard of compatibility, no? Now, the solution could be straightforward. Define the existing code a little more clearly, give it some teeth, define compatibility, and then enforce it with accountability. Now, let's talk about what you might have heard on this issue as well. Some folk would have you believe that what I'm saying here tonight is exaggerating a personal problem that exists between one business and 1 resident, and this is false. I am representing a community of residents who have suffered under a pattern of incompatibility of multiple businesses. Others would have you believe that the neighborhood I represent is anti-business or anti-live music. Again, this is false. We love our businesses, and there are so many. The vast majority of Southside businesses are clearly compatible with the community commercial zoning and enhance the neighborhood. We've got Biff's Bagels, Brandy's, Macy's Coffee, Namarco's, the Flagstaff Baking Company, Northern Arizona Yoga, Tourist Home, The Annex, Visible Difference, Beaver Street Brewery, Mother Road Brewery, Lumberyard Brewing. The list could go on and on. And you might note it includes some of the oldest and most beloved establishments in Flagstaff that frequently host live music with no problem because they have common sense regard for their neighbors. Enforcing compatibility within a neighborhood is not just required in the zoning, it's also good for business. Because when times get tough, and we know they do get tough, who will see a business through if not their neighbors? Finally, others might tell you that enforced zoning or noise ordinances will threaten the vibrancy and success of our businesses, arts, and culture. And again, this is false. There are plenty of cities with vibrant downtowns that also successfully use zoning and noise ordinances to protect the quality of life for their residents. Boise, Idaho, Boulder, Colorado, Raleigh, North Carolina, Ashland, Oregon, just to name a few. Flagstaff is special, sure, but we're not that special, right? If they can do it, we can do it too. And furthermore, the South Side is not asking for special treatment. We're asking for the same thing that any of us would want. We want a safe street. We want a quiet night's sleep. We want a city that values its residents just as much as it values its businesses. Our vision is the city's vision, to make the city of Flagstaff a safe, diverse, just, vibrant, and innovative community with a unique character and quality of life for all. And we know, without doubt, that we can have a vibrant economy and a unique, livable, historic neighborhood where families can live and engage in public life, but only if accountability, transparency, and consistent law enforcement function to ensure that commercial code violations do not drown out the people who live there. Now, I want to expand this vision a little bit, right? We just heard from Danielle about how our dark sky ordinances has not only made us a national leader, but enhanced the quality of life for all people in Flagstaff. We took a gamble in 2001 to do something that no city has ever done, and it has paid off in spades, not just for the quality of life and our people here, but for our presence in the national community. If we can have that kind of courage around dark skies, we can have that kind of courage around zoning like this as well. So, to make this vision real, we ask 2 things. 1, that the city code and the party nuisance ordinance be enforced consistently, transparently, and not selectively or intermittently. And 2, that clear communication and follow-through exists between police, the prosecutor's office, city staff, and residents so that we're no longer left in the dark. Quickly to this point, we got word today through former council member Jim McCarthy that he was contacted by City Attorney Sterling's office to give an update on some court proceedings around some of these issues. And so I want to applaud that and thank Sterling for that, because that kind of transparency around proceedings that have a direct impact on our day-to-day lives is exactly what we're looking for. So thank you for that, and thank you for continuing that kind of transparency. Let's keep that moving. Now, to move things forward on these subjects, we are also making a specific request. We want a meeting. We want a meeting with the new city manager and key city staff, the Southside Community Association, and the neighbors that I represent. And this meeting must address accountability, transparency, zoning and ordinance enforcement, protection from retaliation for neighbors that speak out, and clear communication. This can't wait. It's waited 6 years. 6 years is far too long. The South Side is losing long-term housing stability. When families leave, we don't just lose neighbors, we lose history, generational investment, and trust in our city. Flagstaff spends millions on housing, community resilience, and livability, and the residents invest into their neighborhoods as well. But if we don't protect the quality of life for residents that are already here, Those investments unravel just as soon as they're spent. Just as a parent must provide confident and just leadership around the rules in their home, the council is elected to provide confident and just leadership around the codes, ordinances, and laws of their city. So please, do not let this linger any longer. We need your help to make this right and to envision how the South Side can be a bright and thriving community for the next 100 years. Meet with us. We look forward to talking more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have council liaison reports. Councilmember Matthews?
Tomorrow, we have a joint TAC and Mountain Line meeting that starts at 9 and goes for several hours. Last week, I attended the CJCC meeting over at the county courthouse, or not the courthouse, but county building. Again, just some great discussions on looking beyond what we've done always and see if there's other ways we can approach justice in the criminal justice system and help people to get on a better path. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, one more. Airport. Almost forgot. Airport Commission this week, where we talked about Brian and Claire went to another conference to search for an airline. We had some great leads and appointments there. We talked about the need for, or waiting for, the final stage in funding for our snow building. And it was a great meeting. Had to leave early.
Councilmember Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. Parks and Recreation Commission meeting had quite a robust and productive agenda, including updates and future actions. First, there will be athletic allocation revisions for the group sporting fees within our network. This will be designed to provide a greater distribution amongst a diverse and growing user base. This will help to garner more efficient, effective, and sustainable usage for all. While change can often be challenging, there has been no significant negative feedback, as PROS has done significant due diligence within their public outreach program. Number two that I have on the list for this week is the PROS master plan preparation. I'm super excited to see so much activation around the Parks and Recreation and Open Space and Events Commission when it comes to the future RFP and procurement process for hiring a consultant to comprise our new PROS master plan. And with all the work that I've done on the regional plan, I'm super excited to sink my teeth into what the PROS master plan looks like for our future. We should see proposals filing in this month, and after the consultant team is hired, expect a massive community outreach program so that this plan will reflect the community values. So we could look forward to seeing that cross council's desk here shortly. There was also mention a long-awaited restrooms at Heritage Square design concept is kind of in our last meeting's agenda. We can kind of see what the concept can be for that restroom downtown. This is long sought after by the folks that attend events down at Heritage Square, and I'm pretty excited about this. Putting a usable restroom in that area has been something that the entire community has kind of been looking forward to. I was saddened to have missed the ribbon cutting for the sports courts at Bushmaster Park, but I wanted to thank Councilmember David Spence and Vice Mayor Miranda Sweet for showing up and taking that responsibility and doing such a great job in welcoming that space to the community. I was at Civic Craft with the League of Towns and Cities down in Tucson on that day. And we have, well, it's slipping my mind now, so that's all I have for today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Just a couple quick notes about the October Sustainability Commission meeting. They were able to introduce 3 new sustainability division staff members, Blake Comiso, or their service coordinator, Sierra Freidenland, the food systems coordinator, and Diana Bridger, who is going to be our new engagement specialist and the Sustainability Commission staff liaison. They had a couple programmatic updates. They reviewed the Adopt an Avenue program and the Engage, Empower, Elevate, or E3 program. And Jenny gave a review of how the regional plan public hearings and council adoption went in September and October. And also they reviewed council's action supporting the VPPA, the Virtual Power Purchase Agreement. Just a logistical note, I wanted to be sure to mention that the next sustainability meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, November 20th, for obvious reasons due to the holiday. And if anyone on council is interested in the sustainability holiday gathering, please approach me for the information about when and where that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I do have a couple of things. Last week, I attended the BPAC meeting, and we had 14 applicants for the Beautification in Action grants, and they were fantastic. A few of them that we approved were the Beaver Street Theater. I have not been there yet, but I can't wait to check it out. They're getting new doors and a mural. There's the Plein Air Concert Series, which is the piano at Buffalo Park. And I had to miss that the last time that happened, so there'll be a few more chances coming up for us to enjoy that. And our own sustainability building will be getting a new mural. That's just to name a few, so that was an exciting day. And this Thursday is the Water Commission here in Council Chambers, 4 to 6 p.m.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. So the Commission on Diversity Awareness met last month to discuss a couple items, including the upcoming MLK Day celebrations, have working group updates, and so forth. I would like to acknowledge that that was the last meeting, I believe, for our, at the time, staff liaison, Mr. Chris Rohde, who did just an amazing job of overseeing that commission and supporting the commission with his time and dedication. He will be sorely missed, and we are greatly appreciative of, I believe it is Stacy Salzberg, who is taking his place for at least the time being. Very grateful for her stepping into that role as well. The Housing Commission is canceling their next meeting because it falls on Thanksgiving. And I don't know if members of the Southside Community Association are still in attendance or if maybe they've left, but I wanted to acknowledge, thank and apologize to the Southside Community Association for partnering with the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council. This past weekend, they hosted a public viewing of the 6888, the Tyler Perry film about the all-Black female postal unit, and a public conversation following that event. So I would encourage community members to watch out for ongoing events from the Southside Community Association and their work to share those stories and provide those opportunities to the community. And I apologize sincerely for having missed it, but am very grateful to them for putting that on. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Spence?
Thank you, Mayor. I am the liaison to the Transportation Commission, and for the public should be aware that this commission has 2 committees, the Pedestrian Committee and the Bicycle Advisory Committee. The 2 committees meet on a monthly basis, and their next meeting will be this Thursday, and report quarterly to the Transportation Commission. The item of interest is that Martin Inks, the city employee for many years who chairs both of these committees, pedestrian and bicycle, has announced his retirement, and he's leaving some big shoes to fill. But I'm confident that these two committees, with their citizen leadership and citizen participation, will continue until the city can fill Martin's shoes. They're exciting committees to be a part of, and I'll continue to report. Thank you.
Joanne, do we have to accept Martin's retirement?
Apparently my microphone's been turned off. Did you do that? Yes, we do need to accept his retirement, and we're very excited for Martin. And we will find somebody to replace him on the commissions, but he will be sorely missed.
Sorely missed. I have a couple of updates. We had an ECONA, which is Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona Board meeting, and also a separate meeting to work on the bylaws. We had the Alliance for the 21st Century meeting last Friday, and we met at the new Marshall School and toured that. And if you get a chance to tour the new school, you need to do that. And as a reminder, the Alliance is the city, the county, NAU, CCC, Mountain Line, FUSD.
Did you say Coconino County? You said that.
Yes.
I think you got them all.
Yes, okay. And then tomorrow we have a Flagstaff Housing Authority meeting. All right, so next up, we have November work anniversary presentation. Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett. We've got our November work anniversaries to celebrate with you today. For our first year anniversaries, we've got some folks in our Public Works team, as well as Water Services, PROS, our Police Department, and we are super excited that they are celebrating their first year with the City of Flagstaff, quite a milestone. For our 5th year anniversaries, we have Marissa Malloy. She is a housing specialist within our newly created housing division. We also have Elizabeth Ferguson. She is a building inspector within planning and development. We've got another 5-year anniversary with Susan Sletton. She's a finance specialist, part of our management services team. And also Karen Capps. She's a risk management analyst, part of our human resources and risk management division. Moving on to our 10-year anniversaries, we have Sarah Weatherby. She is a collection specialist, again, part of management services. And Trace Ward, who I'm sure you recognize, our Discover Flagstaff leader with the CBB. He's celebrating 10 years as well. Our 15th year anniversary, we have Tim Skinner. He is an airport airline rescue firefighter battalion chief. So he's with our Economic Vitality division. Funny story, I always thought ARF was airport rescue firefighting, and I recently learned it's aircraft rescue firefighting, so that's why I stumbled a little. Trying to remember the right words. 15th year again, Richard Montoya. He is working with our Public Works Division as a Streets Operations Technician 3. We also have Anna Del Paxton. She's a library specialist, part of our economic development team. It's a lovely picture, just right for the holidays. We also have Dana Cole. He's celebrating his 20th year with the City of Flagstaff. He joined in 2005 as a development engineering project manager, and he served the community in that role continuously for all of his 20 years. Prior to joining Team Flagstaff, Dana served in a similar role for the city of Sedona for 5 years. He'll soon be making a transition to a well-deserved retirement, and he has provided service, expertise, guidance, technical knowledge, and problem-solving to citizens, customers in the development community, and his fellow teammates. Dana is a wealth of information on all aspects engineering, construction, as well as City of Flagstaff code and process. He has trained all of the current development engineering staff. He certainly is going to be missed, and his shoes will be extremely difficult to fill. Some of the projects that Dana has managed, is the W.L. Gore West Campus expansion, McMillan Mesa subdivision and development, the Presidio and the Pines restart, our Timber Skies subdivision, the Uncommon student housing, and Habitat for Humanity starter home development. If I recall correctly, I think Dana was going to try and join us online, so I'm going to pause for a moment in case he would like to come on screen and if he'd like to say a few words.
Hi, I really just want to say I'm thankful to have been able to work here for the last 20 years. It's really been a pleasure, and I'm proud to have worked with all the people that work for the city of Flagstaff. We have one of the best organizations around, in my opinion. That's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dana, for being able to join us. Congratulations to you.
Thanks so much.
In 25 years, we have Jessica Cortez, our court administrator. She was not able to be with us today, but I'd still like to spend a little bit of time talking about Jessica. Her dedication, her integrity, and her commitment to justice has helped shape a fair and efficient municipal court system that serves our community with excellence. Through decades of change, Jessica has remained a steady and trusted leader, mentoring colleagues, modernizing processes, and ensuring the courts run smoothly for all who depend on it. We're congratulating Jessica for this incredible milestone and thanking her for her lasting contributions. So a round of applause for Jessica as well. So congratulations to all of our November work anniversary celebratories, and we will be back in December.
Thank you, Shannon. All right, next up we have appointments. We have 3 appointments to make. Is it just me that happened to? Okay. I'm sure it's fine. No, I've got it, thank you. All right, so we have 3 appointments to make to the Heritage Preservation Commission. First up is an appointment made by Councilmember Garcia.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. I wanted to begin by thanking the public for such a great interest in serving our community, as we had quite the outpouring of applicants and concerned people that want to get into the process. I also wanted to remind those members of the public who are unfamiliar with commissions that there are over 25 commissions, and there's one suitable for anyone who is interested in public service, with the only requirement of, for the most part, you have to live in the city of Flagstaff and you have to be over 18 years old. So anybody out there that is interested in joining one of these committees, it's a great way to get started. I think that many people up here on the dais and other community leaders have gotten their start on the commissions. That being said, it is a great honor to appoint Alec Overman to the Heritage Preservation Commission.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I am the next one to make an appointment, and I will move to appoint Alicia Hayes.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, then Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to appoint Jean Stevens to the commission.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right. Thank you. Next up, we have liquor license public hearings. 8A and B. Hello, Georgiana.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Georgiana Stasky, Deputy City Clerk. Before you today are 2 liquor license applications. The full packet material is included in the agenda packets for review. For conciseness and motioning, I will provide the information for both licenses together. Matador Coffee Roasting Company, Series 12 Restaurant, located at 203 South Milton Road. The agent is Juanita Alicia Esparza. Lobo Drink House, Series 6 Bar, located at 30 South San Francisco Street. The agent and manager handling the day-to-day operations is Brian Lawrence McCarrick. The Police Department and Planning and Development Services have conducted their respective investigations. The reports were included in the agenda packet. There are representatives from the division here to answer any questions, and representatives from the business were invited to attend the hearing today.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for staff or for, oh, actually, let me open up the public hearing, which should have happened before the staff presentation, and I can't believe the city attorney didn't interrupt me and tell me that.
I got in trouble last night for saying
So
something.
my apologies. Council, do you have any questions for staff or for the applicants? Okay, and we don't have any public comment? All right. So on item A, can we get a motion?
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'd like to.
Sorry, Mayor, can you close the public hearing now?
I would like to close the public hearing now. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Garcia, my apologies for interrupting you.
Oh, no problem at all. I would like to make a recommendation to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, on item B,
Mayor, I'll make the recommendation to forward this application to the state with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Moving on to consent agenda. All matters under the consent agenda are considered by the City Council to be routine unless a member of the City Council expresses a desire at the meeting to remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion. The consent agenda will be enacted by one motion approving the recommendations listed on the agenda. Unless otherwise indicated, expenditures approved by council are budgeted items. And I've had a couple of requests to pull item 9A. So we'll set that aside, and I'm looking for a motion then to approve 9B, C, D.
Mayor, I move.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Vice Mayor, you had requested that 9A be pulled?
I did, thank you, Mayor. And I do see a couple of our sustainability team members out there, and I'd like them to come up. I pulled this because it's a pretty exciting announcement for our community, and I want to make sure that those online and in the room and those not online can have the opportunity to learn about this. So go ahead, please.
Amazing. Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Jacob Rotz. I serve as an energy specialist for the City Sustainability Office, and I also manage the Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes initiative. I'd like to start by saying how incredibly excited I am to be up here today. We received federal funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development and began development of this program in 2022. This contract before you is the final step in our procurement process before starting this work. At its core, the Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes program seeks to provide comfort, safety, and affordability for Flagstaff households. We know things like increased weatherization and energy-efficient equipment provide real, tangible benefits. They save people money on their monthly utility bills, they make homes healthier by reducing indoor air pollutants, and more comfortable by allowing people greater agency over their indoor climate. But they can also come with high upfront costs. And for far too many households, that puts these upgrades far out of reach. This program provides access to these benefits for those who need it the most. Through the Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes program, each participant household will receive upgrades tailored to each of the unique needs of their space, addressing any specific health concerns, priorities, and desires of the residents who live there, all at no cost to them. For some, this could look like new insulation and a new efficient water heater. For others, it could mean a new cold climate heat pump paired with a smart thermostat. We know that no two households are the same, and neither are the solutions. This work isn't just about improvements today, it's also about preparing for the future. As we reach more participant households, we'll collect valuable data on the condition of Flagstaff's existing housing stock and the impact of energy efficiency on those households. This information will help us shape future programs and inform policies, understanding where the greatest needs are and continue improving on the services that we offer. Lastly, I want to speak to trust and partnership. This program is hands-on, and as the city has been developing this program, we have sought expertise from community members and leaders and are working alongside a coalition of community partners, some of whom are here today, to engage with residents who are most in need and to make this program stronger and more effective. Together, we're building something that will support and strengthen our community for years to come. Any interested households can contact the Office of Sustainability for more information or visit our website at www.flagstaff.az.gov/EUHH. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. It is truly an exciting program to be able to offer, and we need to recognize the federal government for helping us to supplying the money. So many things have been canceled, but this one has not. My question is, was this a competitive bid process? And if that's an appropriate question, how many bidders did you receive?
Yeah, wonderful question, Councilmember Spence. We did make this bid available to the entire contracting community. I believe if our procurement division would like to answer any more of those questions, but I can just expand on. We did receive one bid only for this process, but after a comprehensive review process featuring members of the community as well as city staff, we were able to determine that the one submission was sufficient for the job, and we're excited to move forward with them.
Thank you for that background.
All right, we have a couple of public commenters. First up, we have Michelle James.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Michelle James. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I wanted to come and talk in support of this momentous moment. F Cubed has been working in partnership with the City's Sustainability Division since 2023, as one of 3 members of the Community Engagement Coalition for Energy Retrofits. We often just call that the Coalition. It also includes Northern Arizona Interfaith Council and the Arizona Students Association. The coalition has assisted in designing some components of the city's Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes program to meet the needs of those who are most impacted by climate change in our community. Over the last 2+ years, the coalition has trained interested volunteers from the community, knocked on doors in the Sunnyside neighborhood to learn about the concerns of residents, develop relationships with them, and identified needs of the neighborhood. We've held house meetings to discuss the benefits of energy retrofits and explored how the city's programs could be designed and implemented to meet the community's needs. The coalition has met regularly with the city sustainability staff to provide important input as the program has been developed. We'll continue to meet with sustainability as additional qualifying residents are identified and the city brings no-cost energy audits and retrofits to the Sunnyside neighborhood and beyond. FQ believes the relationship with city sustainability staff and coalition members on this project has been valuable and beneficial to all parties. I personally have found working with sustainability staff to be awesome. To say that the coalition has been eagerly awaiting on-the-ground implementation of the program would be an understatement. We're so very, very happy that this contract for provision of retrofits to the community is now before you for approval. The program will have a significant positive impact on low-income and vulnerable populations in the Flagstaff community, and we applaud all the work the Sustainability Division has undertaken to make this program a reality. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your work on this. And thank you to the Northern Arizona Interfaith Council, and thank you to the Arizona Students Association. And with that, I would like to call up Kyle Nitsky.
Mayor, Council, thanks so much for having me here today. I'm here today on behalf of the Northern Arizona Interfaith Council and as co-executive director of the Arizona Students Association. And I'm going to stay on script today. The Community Engagement Coalition for Energy Retrofits formed almost 3 years ago to bring together community organizations working on climate action and affordability, NAIC, Friends of Flagstaff Future, and the Arizona Students Association. And since 2023, we've worked closely with the City of Flagstaff Sustainability Department to design the Energy Upgrades for Healthy Homes program in a way that best meets the needs of our residents. Developing the program has offered a powerful opportunity to build relationships among low-income residents, landlords, community leaders, and city staff. And we've trained local leaders in the skills of relational organizing to prepare to knock on doors and hold house meetings to understand housing and energy challenges during this work. We've also worked with the city, sometimes pushing to ensure that all materials were available in Spanish and in an accessible language. And we also pushed for the inclusion of mobile homes in this program, potentially reaching some of the most vulnerable members of our community. We've now moved to the exciting stage of connecting with residents and supporting them in filling out applications, walking folks through the process of energy audits and retrofits, and this offers new opportunities for relationship building and systems change in the long term as we learn from participants what is working, and as they share information with their neighbors and hopefully feel a sense of possibility for themselves, their families, and the larger community moving forward. We've been deeply, deeply appreciative of the relationship with sustainability staff. They've been absolutely incredible. And also just want to note that this is a really excellent way for the city to address the carbon neutrality plan and our housing emergency. It not only lowers utility costs for Flagstaff residents, making our housing more affordable, but it also lessens carbon emissions, addressing the goals of the carbon neutrality plan. So it's a really equitable and efficient way for the city to address housing and climate. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Before we move into voting, just a note on the procurement process that it's always a competitive bid. And I'm wondering if staff wants to just briefly touch on that, because I think it's important for everyone to understand that, that it is always a competitive bid. And there's procurement right there.
Here I am. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Patrick Brown, your purchasing director. Yes, this was procured through a competitive procurement process. It was advertised in a newspaper and posted on our Planet Bids website for, I believe, 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. There was an evaluation committee that was developed to evaluate all the, well, the statement of qualifications. Only one was received. There were interest by others, but they did not submit. It was evaluated as we have to evaluate even when we get one in, just to ensure that it's going to meet the requirements for the city. There were multiple disciplines for this solicitations, and each of those disciplines were evaluated. And Mammoth scored well in all those discipline areas. So the committee and staff felt that Mammoth was appropriate and had the qualifications to provide the services that we were looking for. Does that help answer?
Thank you. That certainly answers my concern. And we wish Mammoth well.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Spence.
Thank you. And staff, thank you. I know this has been a long time coming, so thank you for all of your work. And just on another note, in the vein of education, even if one of our council members wouldn't have asked to pull this from the agenda, we already had a comment card from Michelle James from Friends of Flagstaff's Future, and so we would have pulled it anyway. So that's important for the public to know that if an item is on the consent agenda and you have a question about it, you can ask to have that item pulled so that we can get your questions answered. Or you can make comments or whatever it is that you'd like to do. So now I'm looking for a motion.
Mayor, I would like to move that we approve 9A.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We will move it down now to routine items. 10A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2025-24. This is regarding the Joint Law Enforcement Firearms Training Facility. Thank you. And this is our second time considering this. So council, not second time, it's the second time on the agenda. Council, do you have any additional questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to take public comment. Dennis Givens.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff, good citizens of Flagstaff. I'm Dennis Givens, a vegan cook and also a concerned citizen. Timberline Shooting Range, that's what I'm here for today. Police should have more training, not less. I'm for the idea. Will citizens still be able to attend the shooting range, though? I like Dave Spence, my boy, idea of opening it up back to the public to create revenue from admissions, sales, and tax to maintain the facility and also hopefully to fund public safety. More training equals safer cities. Cops are understaffed, underpaid, overworked. Police are also social workers. We need more training for our police officers, not less. I know it sounds crazy, but let's give it a try. I also think that we should have martial arts training. I think police officers should learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. The benefits are ground control, where many aggressive encounters end up. There's also de-escalation factor, have more control of the situation, increase officer safety, minimize injury to both themselves and people, citizens, reduce use of force. Studies have shown that officers who train in martial arts are less likely to use their gun. Let me repeat that, less likely to use their gun if they're trained in martial arts. There are also mental and health benefits, or mental and physical benefits. Exercise is the best medicine for you and your mind, for your mind and body, Exercise is the best medicine for your mind and body. Let's pass the public safety ballot measure next year. More funding for public safety. Firemen, police officers, emergency medical services, first responders need our funding. Use sales tax, bond, or grant, whatever. Let's go save the day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It doesn't look like we have any questions, so I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read ordinance number 2025-24 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of a joint law enforcement firearms training facility for public safety, providing for delegation of authority, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
And a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance number 2025-24.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we also need to approve the, looking for a motion to approve the purchase agreement.
I'll do it. Mayor, I move that we approve the purchase agreement with Shoot West Properties LLC and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
I will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, 10B, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2025-27. This is the personnel system amending the employee handbook. And as I understand it, Brian from Human Resources is out ill. This is our second time. This is the second read. So any questions? I'm looking for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to read ordinance number 2025-27 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code, Chapter 1-14, Personnel System, by amending the Employee Handbook of Regulations, Section 1-60-030, Nepotism, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
I move that we adopt ordinance number 2025-27.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. On to C, consideration and approval of planned residential development allowances. Hello, Ben.
Good afternoon. Should come up with a longer title, so you have to read a little longer.
Then I just stop in the middle because I get tired.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner with the City of Flagstaff Planning and Development Services. For your consideration today is a request for the use of planned residential development standards for terrace at Canyon del Rio. This request was filed by Canyon del Rio 2 LLC and is for use in a plat with the title Terrace at Canyon del Rio for 129 lot subdivision on a 33.35 acre development site using PRD standards. There's also a 12.49 acre tract titled R2 for future development. We'll see that as we look at the plat. The development will be located on two parcels that haven't been created yet. It's part of Canyon del Rio Phase 2. You'll see that more clearly in our next slide, and straddles two zoning categories, that of medium density residential and single family residential zones. Both parcels are within the resource protection overlay. So here's the vicinity map. It's might be a little confusing, but on the right-hand side is the existing context, but prior to the recordation of Canyon del Rio Phase 2, which is the block plat that would create the parcels Q1, Q2, and R2, R3, which are part of the development site for consideration today. To the north is a single-family subdivision in the R1 zone, as well as vacant land in the MR zone, or medium density residential zone. To the west are travel accommodations in the R1 zone and ER, sorry. To the south is vacant land in the R1 and MR zone, and to the east is it's vacant land in the MR zone in Canyon del Rio. I apologize for my typo there. The background for Canyon del Rio, in June of 2019, the City Council approved a rezoning request, development agreement, and preliminary block plat allowing the development of Canyon del Rio. Since then, John Wesley Powell has been realigned to cross Canyon del Rio, which did require an update of the preliminary block plat. The original Canyon del Rio development proposal was for a 261-acre site consisting of 1,426 residential dwelling units, including a variety of housing types, as well as 225,000 square feet of commercial development. So this development includes the 2 parcels of land proposed in the Canyon del Rio Phase 2 block plat, which is currently known as Tract Z of the Canyon del Rio Phase 1 final block plat. The City Council approved the preliminary block plat for Canyon del Rio Phase 2 on September 2nd, 2025. The development site is, again, blocks Q1, Q2, and R2, R3 of Canyon del Rio Phase 2. City staff approved the preliminary plat on October 22nd, 2025, based on conformance with all relevant development standards. Planned residential developments have standards based off of the zoning category that they fall in. In this case, there are 2 that apply. That's R1 and MR. The proposal has 79 lots that will utilize the R1 zoning standards for using PRD, and 50 lots that apply the PRD standards for the MR zone, as well as the future residential development tract, which is outside of the PRD. It will develop under its own entitlements when it comes in. The proposed lot sizes in this subdivision vary from approximately 3,162 square feet to approximately 16,128 square feet, which meet the minimum lot sizes for PRD standards for both the R1 and the MR zone, which is 2,000 square feet in both. There are some changes between those 2, but they track pretty closely. Really, the only change is the maximum lot coverage, which is 70% in R1 and 80% in the MR zone. And then the lot width is 20 feet for both, and depth is 50 feet for both. Those are minimums. The front setback is 5 feet with 20 feet for parking. Side setback is 3 feet, 10 feet for street side. And the rear setback is 3 feet, and this application is in conformance with that. Planned residential developments require 15% of the area to be utilized as common space. This was calculated based off of the area that is part of this planned residential development. So Tract R2 is not a part of the area calculated for the common space criteria. They're proposing 7.16 acres of common space, or 21.8% of the PRD. And that's shown in pink on the drawing here, and orange is the future development tract, and north is left here. PRDs are required to meet design elements for 5 points. Design elements in our code that have a menu that needs to equate to 5 points, which can be elected at the applicant's discretion. The application is meeting that by providing significant traffic calming design features selected from the engineering design standards. This is being met by 2 neighborhood traffic circles serving as traffic calming along Mallow Way at the intersections of South Illyrian Lane and Rabbit Brush Circle, as well as a choker that's incorporated as a raised mid-block crossing of the Foots Trail where it crosses Mallow Way. And, the next election was subdivision CC&Rs and setback standards do not prohibit the development of accessory dwelling units. And staff will review the CC&Rs with the final plat application to ensure conformance with that standard or design element. Then item Q was selected for subdivision includes enhanced pedestrian environments, including outdoor seating areas or larger landscaping areas. This application proposes 2 outdoor seating areas, including bench and landscaping in both outdoor seating areas. And with that, staff recommends the City Council approve the use of PRD standards.
Thank you. Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. And my question is, since this parcel is subject to the resource protection overlay, has either the developer or the city brought in the pilot program where we're trying to fine-tune and reassess the RPO? Is there any pilot activity involved in this proposal?
No, the pilot program was not used for this application. It meets the resource protection standards of the existing, or the zoning code without using the.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? We don't have any public comment, so I will entertain a motion. Wait, yes, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consideration and approval of planned resident development allowances for Canyon Del Rio 2 LLC.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Or is this just a direction? Is it okay? Because it doesn't say. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, and Ben, D?
You should read the title. No?
Consideration and approval of planned residential development allowances.
I got it up. All right, thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner with the City of Flagstaff. For your consideration today, we have a request for planned residential development allowances for 4th Street South single family. This project is a little bit different in terms of its development site, so we have to make sure I explain it adequately here. It is a request filed by Birch 6 LLC and Canyon Del Rio 2 LLC to utilize planned residential development standards for 4th Street South single family. The project in total consists of 113 single family home lots. The development site is a 70.44 acre area located on 2 parcels. One of these parcels is within the Canyon Del Rio development area, the other is not, but both are within the resource protection overlay. So the development site is 800 North 4th Street, which is a 57.4 acre parcel in the RR zone outside of the boundaries of Canyon Del Rio, and therefore it was not conformed or reviewed for conformance with the Canyon Del Rio development agreement, as well as a 13.04 acre portion known as Tract S of Canyon Del Rio. And this Tract S will also be created with the recordation of Canyon Del Rio Phase 2 block plat, which has not yet happened. And that is in the R1, or single-family residential zone, and medium-density residential zone. And this portion of the site, or this parcel, was reviewed for conformance with the Canyon Del Rio development agreement. That might be easier to see visually here. So this R1 portion here is where the site is within Canyon Del Rio. This is the dividing line here. It also includes a bit of the MR land back here. I just couldn't draw it very well. The site is bounded to the north by vacant land in the research and development zone, as well as public facilities zone. To the west is vacant land in the medium density residential zone. To the south are single family lots outside of the subdivision in the estate residential and zone, as well as county land. And to the east is municipal vacant land, as well, or it's in the rural residential zone. I'm going to say it again, but the Canyon Del Rio background is, in June of 2019, the City Council approved a rezoning request, development agreement, and preliminary block plat, allowing the development of Canyon Del Rio, which is a 261-acre site consisting of 1,426 residential dwelling units, which included a variety of housing types, 225,000 square feet of commercial development, and the reason why this applies is a portion of this development site is tracked as within the Canyon Del Rio Phase 2 block plat, and which is currently a portion of Tract Z of the Canyon Del Rio Phase 1 final block plat, which City Council approved the preliminary block plat for Canyon Del Rio Phase 2 on September 2nd, 2025. City staff approved the preliminary plat 4th Street South single family on October 23rd, 2025, based on conformance with all relevant development standards. This development site is also within 2 zoning categories, and therefore there are 2 PRD standards that apply here, and that's why it's in the table for the RR zone and the R1 zone. They're a little bit more different, so I'll break them out. 26 lots will apply PRD standards for the R1 zone, and 87 lots will apply the PRD standards for the RR zone. Any split zoned lots apply the more restrictive PRD standard. While a portion of Tract S has the MR zoning, no lots will utilize that development standard. The proposed lots in this subdivision vary from approximately 6,514 square feet to approximately 42,149 square feet, which meet the minimum lot sizes for the PRD standards of the R1 and RR zones. The minimum lot areas for RR is 2,500 square feet. For R1, it's 2,000 square feet. The maximum lot coverage for the RR zone is 50%. For R1 is 70%. The minimum lot width is 30 feet for RR, and depth is 50 feet. For the R1, it's a 20-foot width and 50-foot depth. The front setback for the RR zone is 12 feet with 20 feet for parking. In the R1 zone, it is 5 feet, 20 feet for parking. The side setback is 5 feet with 10 feet for street side in the RR zone. In the R1 zone, it is 3 feet, 10 feet for street side setback. For the rear setback, it is 12 feet for the RR zone, and in the R1 zone, it is 3 feet. North is up in this. I'm sorry, I got confused there, but north is up on the screen. The PRD requires 15% of the development site area to be utilized for common space. This application proposes 31.1 acres or 44% of common space. The common space includes both HOA maintained tracts and lands to be dedicated to the city for preservation of floodplain. There is a through city dedicated land to be developed by the city, and in the image here, the common space is shown as pink, whereas the land to be dedicated to the city is orange, which is also being utilized for common space as well. PRDs are required to select from a list of design elements to account for a total value of 5 points. This application meets that by design element F. At least 50% of the required resources per division 105090 are maintained within common space areas outside of individual lots. The preliminary natural resource protection plan was submitted with the application that shows conformance with this design element. Design element N was selected. Subdivision CCNRs and setback standards do not prohibit the development of accessory dwelling units. Again, this will be reviewed with final plat when the applicant submits CCNRs for staff review. Then design element Q, subdivision includes enhanced pedestrian environments, including outdoor seating areas or larger landscaping areas. And the proposal includes 2 outdoor seating areas, which include a bench and landscaping. And with that, staff recommends the City Council approve the use of PRD standards.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. On your last slide, the design elements must total 5. The way I added up, it's 2 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4. So how does this selection meet the requirement?
Thank you, Councilmember Spence. So the subdivision including, or design element Q, you get 1 point per the enhanced pedestrian environment. So when they provide 2 outdoor seating areas, they get 2 points. So I should have written that more clearly, I apologize. So that is 2 points for item, or design element Q, 1 point for design element N, and 2 points for design element F.
So we're using conventional mathematics here, and the slide just didn't point out that that last Q should be 2 points instead of 1?
Correct. I should have written that more clearly. That is 2 points for design element Q.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. It's always a breath of fresh air to see all the work and the code work that you guys put into this. And, you know, I'm still catching up and learning on some of these things. But my question / potential comment is really just in reference to an email that we got from the Planning and Zoning Commission Vice Chair, Mary Norton. I don't think it's specific to this, but I just wanted to make sure that we highlight that I'll be looking forward to the questions that we have, that the way that the question is answered that she has, because she does mention some of the plans revisions and updates for the PRD standards and design elements. In some ways, she feels that there could be some that the developers could be kind of circumventing what we're really trying to get at with some of the decisions we've made by changing those design elements. Again, not specific to this, but I'll be looking forward to that email. And thank you again for the presentation.
Any questions, council? Comments? All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll move that that we approve the PRD standards for, let's see here, 4th Street S single families.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
All right, we have some public hearing items. So first off, I'm going to want to open the public hearing. Consideration and adoption of resolution number 2025-61 and ordinance number 2025-26. Welcome, Tiffany.
Thank you so much. Tiffany Antall, Zoning Code Manager. So extraordinarily happy to be with you all today. I think I was just saying that this is probably the best zoning code amendment I've ever gotten the pleasure to be a part of, and I'm really excited to share it with you today. There is a lot in this presentation. There's a lot of information because a lot of pieces of code are being touched. Please stop me if you have questions, but I'm going to try to stay really high level and get through this quickly. And again, just address any questions that you may have. So middle housing is coming out of a bill that requires us before January 1st to basically make provisions for middle housing. Middle housing is defined as duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and townhomes in this bill. What is very interesting is that a fourplex is not just one building, it could be multiple buildings. So that definition of fourplex, really think of it as 4 units on one lot. right? Whatever form they come in, 1 building, 2 building, 3 buildings, or 4, that's what it is 4 units on a lot, 2 units on a lot, 3 units on a lot. Townhomes are essentially attached, single-family. The bill did have us, had set some limitations for where this zoning ordinance would need to apply. It basically stated that it needed to apply to all lots zoned for single-family within 1 mile of the municipality's central business district, and at least 20% of any new development of more than 10 contiguous acres. So we don't really have a defined central business district. We would needed to have gone through a very detailed process to define that. But thinking of what is most likely going to be our central business district, that is our historic core downtown. Within a mile, you basically just pull in every existing historic community or neighborhood within Flagstaff. Early on this year, we started with a series of workshops. We went to the Housing Commission, the Heritage Preservation Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as to you to discuss the potential of taking this amendment citywide. And that was the general agreement amongst all. So today you have before you a code amendment that will implement citywide amongst almost all of the residential zoning, in all of the residential zoning districts and in 1 commercial district, which is the community commercial and the neighborhood community commercial, as well as our transect zones. Middle housing said all of these things that we couldn't do. We couldn't make it harder. We couldn't limit these to owner-occupied units. We couldn't keep them less than 2 floor. We can't require more than 1 off-street parking space per unit, and so forth. So the code before you represents all of these things as called out in the bill. It touches every basic chapter of the zoning code. We're amending the definitions, our supplemental standards, which include architectural design standards and parking, all of our land use tables, as well as some of our administration procedures, because with these land uses, we need to treat them similar to single-family homes. So what all does this mean? We're going to treat up to a 4-plex, 4 units on 1 lot, like a single-family home, which means they will not go to concept plan review. They will not go to site plan review. They will be treated like a non-conforming, single-family, non-conforming land use. They will basically, these will go straight to building permit is the answer. There is no other precursor of review. You want to build a 4-plex, you're going straight to a building permit. In our general to all, here's some of the big ones, our public improvements and site planning design standards. Public improvements in the past have always generally applied to 2 units or above 2 units. So multifamily, which was defined as 3 and above. Public improvements include things like curb, gutter, sidewalk. So those will no longer be applied to developments of 4 units and less. So public improvements will not be required. They will also not have site planning design standards applied to them. My favorite in this is building forward design. Building forward with parking at the back. The good news is we're not requiring that many more parking spaces. So hopefully we've taught our community how building forward design is good and can be done. So we'll continue to advocate where we can. In the specific to zones, again, so the land uses are really changing here. Multifamily is no longer 3 units and above, it's 5 units and above. And that's where public improvements get triggered and all those other good things. It's pretty much where everything else is gonna get triggered too. So what we've done is we've replaced these existing land use types that are really based on what somebody's perception is of a building looks like. The duplex dwelling, the single family dwelling, detached, attached. They are just now 1 unit development, 2 unit residential development, 3 unit residential development, and 4 unit residential development. And in turn, it turns out that that puts us in better alignment with our building codes and how we even differentiate between zoning and building code. It pulls us into better alliance with one another. Additionally, we made some adjustments to our mixed-use development standards while we were in there, because I can never not touch certain other bits of the code. nothing substantial here, just cleaning up that mixed use is a combination of commercial and residential and is not two commercial uses. It just, when you read some of our language in the code, it reads as if any two commercial uses on a site would be considered mixed use. That's not really the case. The one trigger we did have to add, we could add, was a floor area ratio. This is something that we've been discussing as part of the code analysis process, to some success and some not as great success. We're gonna use it as a tryout in the R1N zone. R1N is over our historic core neighborhoods, Townsite, Plaza Vieja, north of the downtown. We're gonna see if this tool helps us in settings, at least some scale calibration in these neighborhoods. It is the one tool we have in the toolbox to use. Most importantly, this removes all high occupancy housing land uses less than 5 units. So because we have to treat a 4-unit development the same as single family, the option was to put them all under a similar definition as single family or remove the high occupancy housing land uses. When we presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we presented 2 different options. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted for this option currently, which is the removal of those land uses for duplex, for triplex, for fourplex, which is in alignment with the high occupancy housing plan. So the high occupancy housing plan was only intended to apply to those larger multifamily and mixed-use projects. So let's talk about, we did some cleanup in our accessory dwelling units. There's a cleanup from the last amendment, and that had to do with water meters. So I did happen to throw it in here because I needed to get it done on a quick basis. High occupancy housing section is amended to reflect the removal of the 1, 2, 3, and 4 unit. Mixed use, again, just re-clarified that mixed use is commercial and residential and not just a mix of commercial. And there's also some cleanup on references to the regional plan. All of the form-based code standards get updated. What it essentially means to update the form-based code is that we had to allow some building types that weren't previously allowed. On those building types, we do make it clear that they are limited to the 4 units. And so, because some of those building types could range from 4 to 12 units, so we made sure that we capped it at the 4, where it wasn't already capped. So that changed for all of those transect zones. Here are all the transect zone tables. We also just did some cleanup work on the tables. It was excruciatingly painful. They were the worst tables I've ever seen in my entire life. Who decided to do double stack tables? I'm not sure, but they're fixed now. All right, so other things that go, architectural design standards will not apply to 4 units and below. Landscape standards will not apply. The parking standards basically are changed so that 1 parking space per unit is required. Here's the other interesting fix that we also made, is that single-family homes are required to have more than 1 parking space. It didn't seem, in this case, necessary to require a single-family home to have more than a 4-unit development. So we trued up all of those development types together. They all just require 1 parking space. Specific to buildings, we just had to clean up a table there. And then in the definitions, all of these definition fixes are about removing those high occupancy housing land uses and clarifying that mixed use definition. All right, so goals and policies. Middle housing is highly supported. The term middle housing is not used, or missing middle is not used in the current regional plan. It is in the new regional plan, and there's one specific policy that supports that, and that's here. But we've been encouraging this missing middle, this variety of housing. This is what we've been aiming and hoping for, and hopefully this is the kick in the right set of pants to get this housing in our community. And we do not see that the proposed amendment will be detrimental. It is based off of recently adopted state legislation, and, staff can make the assumption if it's okay within a quarter or within a mile of the downtown, it's okay to apply citywide as well. It's a higher level of equity. And in fact, I think the one email I've received on this particular code amendment has actually been somebody from the city of Phoenix, a resident of the city of Phoenix, who was actually really appreciative of the way that we've decided to handle it. So I thought that was really interesting that I was getting feedback from residents of Phoenix rather than the residents of Flagstaff, but it is what it is. The proposed amendment is internally consistent. That's what I've been spending the last 6 months doing, is making sure we've gone through this code, and if we missed anything, we'll come back and fix it with you. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend unanimously to support this zoning code amendment. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Council, any questions or comments? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. This is exciting. Couple of questions. You did talk about feedback. Have we received feedback from developers or small-scale developers about these changes? And what are they saying?
I actually have not, but I do, in the process of setting up a meeting with Jeff Knorr. He's done a lot of sort of 2-unit development in Sunnyside, and I think he's going to be really surprised when he finds out because he's got 2 more lots, and I think he's going to be surprised when he finds out now what he can do with them. So, the word is sort of hitting the street with these smaller developers. I'm afraid that a lot of them have kind of gone by the wayside in the interim, but hopefully this will spur more people into action, because I think this will allow more people to get into a smaller market, which I think is more manageable for folks.
Thank you. And then kind of a follow-up on the public side, when this goes through, if and when, which we'll know, how will the public be informed about these changes?
Sure. So when we do our required legal notification, like I said, we've definitely been posting and noticing folks about this legislation. So that's been ever present on the website for the last 2 years, knowing that this was coming. Again, reaching out to all of the different commissions, making sure that they were engaged and informed in the process. We did do a public outreach event. I mean, we've had, unfortunately, I don't attract as many people as I would like sometimes. I'm very excited about it, but, so we just continue to try to outreach in that regard. I think a lot of people are aware of this statewide just because of the fact that so many municipalities are getting to this final end run of having to get these codes adopted.
Thank you, and thank you for all of your work on this and keeping us informed and meeting with me on it. And I just think this is a great step in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for asking all of my questions. So with that, I will just say, Tiffany, thank you for the presentation. During the time on the regional plan that I had spent with you, I would often bring up some of these questions, and while you would give me a brief answer, you would say, it's coming, it's coming, and this is the final product. To build in, the community often asks us, what more are we doing for housing than just simply looking at low-income housing for folks? And I think a lot of it is centered in this plan right here, and all the amendments to this plan. To go a little deeper about the small contractors, I did meet with David Carpenter, and I think that a lot of his questions, concerns, and suggestions are reflected in some of these updates. So I thank you for that as well.
Councilmember House.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is very exciting to see this coming forward and moving ahead in alignment with the state statute, but also to the extent that we have supported it here in the community, even beyond what that statute requires. This is really exciting to see our community open up these pathways to allow more diverse forms of housing because it's, I think, giving us the flexibility we need to meet the housing challenges that we're facing in our community now. And I appreciate you clarifying and specifying what fourplexes look like. Um, just because I think people don't necessarily recognize how many options this is opening up and how uniquely this will impact a lot of the housing need that we face in our community. So I'm just really excited to see this moving forward and very grateful to you for all of the work that you have put into updating this, particularly with those graphs or the tables. I know that all of this takes a lot of effort on your part and the part of your team, and so it's just wonderful to see you put these things in place and help us move these efforts forward. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. We recently here in Flagstaff had the great privilege of having a guest speaker in town from the Strong Town organization, co-sponsored by F-Cube. He made 2 presentations, and at one of his presentations at Trinity Heights in the evening, he pointed out a simple one-word change that helps the parking issue. What we know is that requiring 1 or 2 or however many parking places per dwelling unit has a big impact on affordability because parking spaces are costly, and it has an impact on meeting our climate goals. So his one-word suggestion, which apparently met with great success in one particular city, I can't remember what city it was, but was to change the wording from parking, X number of parking units are required to X number of parking units are recommended. So changing from requirement, which the term you just used in your proposed revisions, changing the word required to recommended, is that something that we could or should consider as part of this code amendment?
Well, thank you so much. It is not something we've advertised to the public at this point to do that across all land uses. I would think that you would want us to go out and engage the public in that conversation so that they could be here and be present to voice support or concern in that regard. I would note that it is part of the next stage of the code analysis process to look at the full reduction. There's a sort of a gamut of scenarios that'll be presented. I think that will also give us that big leg into that public participation and communication. And then we can proceed with a text amendment as you like in accordance. But at this point, we tried to just stick with the state bill for digestibility and also didn't want to overly complicate this with something that might be a little controversial since this does need to be done by the January 1st. But again, all of those things absolutely can be done and are in the process of being considered.
Thank you. I very much respect your approach to that, and I'll look forward to that public engagement and the potential for future code revisions. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a little public comment, and then we will close the public hearing and do our deliberations. Charity Lee.
Good evening, Council. Charity Lee. I wanted to take an opportunity to just comment on this since Tiffany said she didn't receive any comments or anything from anyone local. You know, sometimes I guess no news is good news. So many times, though, unfortunately, I think staff hears negative all the time. So I did want to come up and just say I thought this was a good change. And I'm excited to see how we can work with staff to see if we can incorporate this in some of Capstone's projects. We've been talking about that internally at Capstone. How could this work? What could this look like? And it's new. So like anything that's new, I think we're gonna have to figure it out as we go along. But it just seems like it's a new tool in the toolbox. It's something that I think it could be really great for Flagstaff. So I just wanted to take an opportunity just to say that I think it's a positive, and that's coming from the development community, and I wanted to just give kudos to staff because I think that they have been working hard on a lot of different, oh boy, so many different things. But they don't always hear positive, they hear mostly negative, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Denham.
Hi, my name is Tyler Denham, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Flagstaff for Affordable Housing. I'm here today to express enthusiastic support for the middle housing ordinance under consideration. It's a huge step towards increasing the variety of housing options available to residents. Middle housing is a missing piece of our market that provides rental and ownership opportunities at a variety of price points and stages of life. There's a lot to like, but I want to give special praise to the ordinance's citywide approach. That will enable much more middle housing and avoid the displacement concerns that would come from concentrating new property rights on central older neighborhoods. Areas like Townside and Southside are brimming with missing housing or middle housing already, which is great. The main benefit is in incorporating middle housing into new developments, letting new developments look more like traditional neighborhoods. And this ordinance is all the more remarkable because it's far removed from House Bill 2721, the state law that sparked this conversation. By looking beyond the bare minimum required by state law, Flagstaff found its own path that is more effective and simpler to implement. The city staff and commissions that helped craft this ordinance really do deserve enormous praise for it. If we get this over the line, it'll set Flagstaff as a leader in the state on housing reforms. It sounds like we're already there. We're getting comments from Phoenix on it. And I can't stress this enough, this ordinance is far better than what other cities in Arizona are doing. And finally, I'll mention that I'm looking forward to the results of the code analysis project in a few months, which I believe will make suggestions for updates to property development standards to better enable middle housing in certain zones, but this is gonna lay the foundation for that. And final bit, there was a question about the response from local developers. So this is anecdotal, but the small number of local developers I was able to review the language with were very excited for many of the provisions of this ordinance. Yeah, so thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tyler. Any additional questions? Tiffany, I think you're hearing a round of applause and a standing ovation. From Phoenix on up.
Yay.
So I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion or entertain additional thoughts.
Mayor, I'd love to move that we read resolution number 2025-61 by title only.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled PZ-25-00027-Middle Housing.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read ordinance number 2025-26 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff Zoning Code by adopting by reference that certain document entitled PZ-25-00027- Middle Housing, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
All right, we'll see you on December 2nd for the adoption. All right, and we're moving to consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2025-25, and I will open the public hearing on this item, and we're lucky enough to have Tiffany Antal here.
Thank you so much. This is just really, really short. Previously, there was a bill that created provisions for municipalities to review and approve subdivisions administratively. It was not a requirement that we pursue this, but we did. And we got that code revision done in December of 2024. So the vast majority of our subdivisions are now reviewed administratively. We did, however, include a provision that if they were using the planned residential development, that would trigger that plat coming to city council. I believe you just saw 2 of those previous to this. Well, that is now in conflict with the new state provision, which requires us to approve and review subdivisions administratively. So before it was by choice. So we were 95% of the way administrative. We have this snafu, so we need to make this change. So you will not be seeing those PRD design options anymore. They will be back in the administrative pool.
Council, do you have any questions? Charity, are you going to submit a public comment? Yes. Great. Go ahead and turn in the card, and we are going to take public comment at this time. And no pressure.
I had to come back up here to give additional kudos because this is another move in the right direction. Not that we don't want to see you and say hello and have you review our P+, but not having to come to council and just continue through that process, it actually saves a lot of time. It really helps to expedite the entire process and help to move and bring homes to the market is what we all want, right? So I think this is a great step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion.
I move that we read ordinance number 2025-25 by title only for the first time.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 11 General Plans and Subdivision, Chapter 11-20 Subdivision and Land Split Regulations, Division 11-20.40 Subdivision Procedures and Requirements, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. We're moving on to the regular agenda. 12A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2025-23. This is regarding the acquisition and disposition of real property from the Flagstaff Unified School District.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, your real estate manager. If you allow me just to, they changed the software on this. I just don't know how to do full screen. So just give me 1 second. I give up. Okay, I'll figure it out next time. So this afternoon, we've got an opportunity. This ordinance is not only going to acquire a piece of real property, but it's also granting us authority to go turn around and sell that same piece of property in the same ordinance. What we're talking about is about 18.8 acres on the Sinagua campus right now, and this is right here, just to the northeast of the campus here. We were approached by FUSD about an opportunity to utilize a model that's been used down in the valley, where some school districts, for land that they don't have specific needs of right now, have found ways to create affordable housing on those lands. And so FUSD approached us and said, hey, you know what? We've got this land. We think that we can utilize this model, and this model actually requires the city here. And the reason that the city's involvement in this is that FUSD, they have the right, if it's for a public purpose, to go ahead and convey property to a city or a county or municipality if it's for a public purpose. And so one of the things that we'll be doing with this ordinance is basically saying the affordable housing is a public purpose here. So that's why we're going to acquire this. It might look like an Ocean's 11 kind of convoluted thing, that reason of steps to get to the end line here. And I think that's kind of a good metaphor for how affordable housing gets built, if it gets built at all. But I'm just gonna wanna run you through this quick process here of here's what we're trying to accomplish. So one, FUSD, they would authorize disposition of the property to us. And then step two, the city would authorize acquisition and disposition of the property. An industrial development authority, an Arizona one, which we've been working with Coconino County's Industrial Development Authority. They would actually create an LLC that would hold the property. And so we would sell that to that LLC. And then what would happen is we'd have basically that whole stack of potential transactions would be sitting in escrow, and a developer go take that stack of escrow and apply for a LIHTC grant for this. If they receive the LIHTC credits, then they figure out how to do their financing, and there's no financing gaps that they can't figure out other bridge funding for, then that entire escrow stack would close and the property would go to the developer under a ground lease created from the IDA. And the money for the ground lease would essentially be the paid up fair market value of the property that would go all the way back to FUSD. And so we're really just kind of facilitating this entire transaction, and that would be the city's involvement on it. We're shooting for the pre-application for LIHTC is January 15th. So that's why we're trying to get this in front of you without the actual kind of agreements for you to look at. And that's really just because they need a developer, in order to apply for LIHTC, needs site control. And so having this authority to grant it and send it on through the chain would be one piece of that they could use for that application. And so, yeah, I think I've touched on a lot of these bullet points. So another important bullet point, this is at no cost to the city, so there's going to be some transaction costs to do all this. Ultimately, all of those will be paid by that end developer. So we're really just sitting in the middle of that transaction pile. There's no cost that's going to be borne by the city for doing that. And that's really what this is. We're just trying to facilitate FUSD finding a development partner to build affordable housing on this property. There's a lot of steps that need to happen, and we're just trying to make sure that our steps happen to make this reality. And so I'm happy to address any other questions. I believe Mike Pensa is on the teams as well. He could address or answer any questions as well.
Thank you. And I just want to say quickly before I ask Superintendent Pensa to say any words that he would like to, that I greatly appreciate FUSD for stepping up to try to be a solution to the housing crisis that we're experiencing in Flagstaff. And this is exactly what we were talking about when we created the 10-year housing plan, is that it is going to take every entity in Flagstaff to put a dent in this problem. So, Superintendent Pensa, welcome.
Hey, good evening, and first want to thank you for this opportunity to connect with you remotely from my office. In about 15 minutes, I'll be convening in a public meeting with my governing board tonight, and so to save me some travel time, I appreciate your staff accommodating this remote participation. And really want to thank you for considering the ordinance that's before you this evening. I think Bryce explained it well, like kind of a lot of steps and partners that are play an important role in this process, and appreciate everyone's openness to consider a different pathway than we've used in our community, but one that has been successfully used by other Arizona school districts in their communities to use underutilized land that's in the hands of school districts to eventually see that developed for affordable housing. And as I previously communicated to you, our school district is directly impacted by the housing crisis in our community. It's impacting our FUSD employees, our families and staff, and it's an entire community challenge. And so I appreciate exploring opportunities to take a small step in addressing this community challenge. In the last year, our district has been convening a housing committee, and through grant, we've had a housing consultant who's helped us learn about this pathway that has been used by other Arizona school districts. And while the district has ability to lease its own land, state law places a limit of only being able to lease that for 20 years or less. That isn't a desirable length of time for most developers, and for those who are developing affordable housing, you typically need a much longer site control. Also, the district could go out to its to the voters and sell property. There's costs, obviously, a lot of time that would add to the project. And again, and then finally, the district doesn't have the authority to limit the public purpose of that land like the city can through this ordinance. You're able to designate this land be used to address the affordable housing needs of our community. This is, we're kind of lining up the pathway, engaging interested and partners. So again, it requires the district with land, the city, an industrial development authority from our within our state, and then a developer. And so if all of the partners, we can get everything to line up, it's possible that a developer could apply for start their low-income tax credit application in January. I think the final deadline is April, and those awards would happen in June of 2026. So again, what you're passing tonight, is contingent on the developer being awarded the tax credits. But again, it's an important step. We're trying to keep up with these timelines and appreciate your willingness to be a partner. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions specifically for Superintendent Pensa? No, I think that we're good here on our end in terms of questions for you. I do see, just a moment. Vice Mayor has a question that's specifically for you.
Sure.
Thank you, and thank you for being online tonight. I'm wondering, are these, looking into the future, would this be available for all FUSD only, or opening up housing for the community?
As far as the development, are you asking, would the housing that's developed on this property be designated only for FUSD employees? Am I understanding the question correctly?
Yes, you stated it much better than I did. Thank you.
Okay. It would not, and there are anyone who's awarded, my understanding, and your staff might be able to more clearly explain it, but when you're awarded low-income housing tax credits, there are, I believe, like fair housing laws. So there's only certain protected classes of individuals that could get preferential preference in this housing, and teachers don't fall in that category. And also, you know, when the district has looked into could it develop something, you hear terms called like a teacherage. Right now, we believe that that's only available to school districts in rural communities, and Flagstaff, while we're maybe in a rural part of the state, we're not considered rural. So we're not able to develop a teacherage that is only designated for our employees. And I'll let your staff better explain that. But I think the short answer would be no, the housing units that could be developed here would be available to any individuals who qualify kind of in those income parameters for these units.
Thank you. That does help explain it. And Bryce, if you want to add on anything, but I appreciate your answer. And again, thank you for being online. I know you've got another meeting to get to, so I appreciate your time.
He's got it right. Yeah, correct.
Superintendent, we do have another question for you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Pensa, for joining us today. And my question is kind of getting to the root of the inception of this idea. How did this come about from your side of things?
Yeah, I think for several years, the district has owned the parcel of land, that 18-acre parcel that is adjacent to, you know, the district's administrative offices in Sanawa Middle School. And the district has identified that we don't intend to use that for school purposes. So it's really been undeveloped land, and really just wanting to step forward and see if there's anything we can do as a public school district to help address this housing challenge that is impacting our employees, families, and members of our community. And so we know this would be desirable space for housing because it's located within our Flagstaff city limits. You know, our hopes would be that through development, we may see families that also choose to send their children to attend our school district. So we think that we're addressing a public purpose and need, and it's not land that we're going to need for school space, or, you know, we have adequate fields and amenities there on that Sanawa campus. So I've been talking to different developers for years, sharing this parcel. We had it kind of developed to understand how it's zoned, some of the limitations of the site, and it's been hard to find developers who can make it pencil out. But by learning about this pathway that's been done by other school districts and developers in the state, we're hopeful that we can find willing partners for this process and actually see it developed for housing.
Superintendent Pensa, thank you so much for this revolutionary partnership that will, without a doubt, blaze a trail for future partnerships that think outside of the box. So thank you for thinking outside of the box, and thank you for making these sacrifices for housing.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to let you go so that you can get to your governing board meeting. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Have a great evening, all of you.
Thank you. All right, going back up, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mike, before he's signing off, but I learned about this effort a couple of years ago through CCC, and you guys did a lot of work with NEU and CCC, and then realized there's too many government regulations and stuff. So I really want to applaud you for, you told me several months ago that you hired this consultant and you're going in a new direction. So thank you for just not giving up when sometimes it seems just impossible to get through all the red tape of government work. So you and I have met on multiple other things, and I'm really impressed with your focus and direction to solve some critical issues in our Flagstaff family community. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words.
So Bryce, I had a question, or just a question, I don't know if you can answer it or not, but you mentioned that they'll go after a 9% LIHTC. Is my understanding that's a little easier? I know LIHTC is really competitive and there's not a lot of funds in there right now, but if I understand it correctly, the 9% program is a little bit more accessible because less people are competing for it. Is that a correct assumption, or am I way off?
My limited knowledge, which if we have housing in here, they might can help us out, but my limited knowledge is that the 9% are more favorable. Yeah, it's going to give you more bang for your buck, I think, if you win those awards versus a 4% LIHTC.
Thank you. Well, this is really exciting, and I'm glad that the city was able to also think outside the box and work with them in a collaboration. As the mayor said, this is going to take everyone to approach this and come up with new ideas. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
City Manager?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to make just a couple of quick comments. First, the action tonight is not specific to the end developer. I think Superintendent Pensa mentioned that there have been some challenges with this penciling out. So, the action that we're taking tonight provides the flexibility for FUSD to work with other developers as well, not just the developer that they're currently speaking to. The other thing I just want to mention is just how great our staff has been throughout this. I mean, this came to us pretty quickly. And, Bryce, our real estate manager, and our new real estate attorney, Matt, Michelle McNulty, our planning and development services director, and our housing staff. Our housing staff has actually been talking directly with the developer on maybe some things that we can help provide some funding in bond funds or IPA funds to this project as well. So I just want to commend everybody for working on this, and it's just really exciting to see. And I think this is the first of many projects coming our way. So thank you.
Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just add my thanks and appreciation to both our team and the Flagstaff Unified School District for bringing this forward and for this partnership that's bringing a truly significant solution, reflecting our shared values as a community and meeting a growing need within our community for affordable and attainable housing. I know Superintendent Pensa said at one point that this was a small step, and it may seem small, but in my mind, it's really a huge impact that is potentially coming from this. And by making this land available and by working with our city team and with potential developers into the future, this is really providing that opportunity to create real attainable housing to meet critical needs in our community. And as you said, Mayor, this is exactly the type of partnership that we need in this time and moving forward to bring all sides of this conversation together, use the tools we have, and create meaningful and long-term solutions. So when appropriate, I would love to make a motion on this item.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Bryce, I'm just wondering, moving forward, what decisions and what will be coming back to council? How will we stay up to date on this?
So I think once a developer has been identified that's ready to submit an application for LIHTC, it'll all essentially will be back to you with a purchase and sale agreement. And that purchase and sale agreement will be part of that chain. And so I don't know, we don't have specifics on if it's going to be a purchase and sale agreement between all the parties or if it's just going to be our piece, but that's what will be coming back to you for consideration.
Thank you, and I too just want to thank you and the team for acting swiftly on this. Appreciate it.
One final thought that I would like to share is Mountain Line was the first to step up in this realm, and we're all grateful to them for doing that. And now the Flagstaff Unified School District. And as we've all said, this is the perfect kind of partnership. And I throw out that offer to any other landowners in Flagstaff who want to figure out a way to be a part of solving the affordability crisis in Flagstaff, to work with our staff and get something done. And that includes public entities, as you know, all of our partners on the Alliance as well. So, and Bryce is just waiting for your phone call. All right, so Council Member House, you wanted to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to read ordinance number 2025-23 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition and disposition of real property from the Flagstaff Unified School District in order to facilitate affordable housing development, providing for delegation of authority, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to item B, which is consideration and acceptance of highest bid.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty. So earlier this year, we brought to you a council discussion item for the small lot that the city owns on 116 East Butler. During that discussion, we explained our challenges with code enforcement on the property. We discussed our challenges with trying to get development on it for affordable housing, and so we did kind of laid a narrative down to say, you know, what we think as staff is the best thing that we can do right now is to sell this property. And so during that discussion, you asked two things. Obviously, you said, yes, you can sell it, but also we want to know what those revenues can go back towards our affordable housing programs or to contribute towards affordable housing. And so right now, I'm back with you to say, we did step one and we did step two. Step one was we went out to bid for this and we received one responsible bid, and it's from the owner that owns the adjacent lots to our lot, which is those green cottages off of Butler, and they met the appraised value of our sale price. And so if we want to proceed with selling this, the first step would be to accept that bid. The second thing is, once we dug into the ownership of this lot further, we figured out that we actually purchased this lot with HERF dollars. And HERF dollars are very restrictive, that they can only be used for transportation purposes. And so one of the challenges that just kind of doubles some of those challenges of, do we want to try to develop this for affordable housing? Because if we wanted to do something outside of transportation, then we would have to essentially reimburse that fund. And so our ability to actually contribute or use these proceeds of any potential sale for that are quite limited because of the way that we purchased this property. We do have, since it is transportation-related dollars, if we do go ahead and sell this, those proceeds can be used in this vicinity, in this area, to fund those transportation projects, like the Safe Street projects that we have planned on Butler. But it's it's limited to transportation uses if we do go ahead and sell this property. So those are the two pieces of information I wanted to give you. Happy to answer any questions related to it.
Council, do you have any questions for Bryce? You were so thorough last time. All right, I will entertain a motion then. We have public comment. My apologies. Dennis Givens.
My bad on that. I live right there, pretty close to that. I know it's like low economic status housing for those people. What's going to happen to those people that you guys now bought this property? Are they just going to get kicked out? Are they going to get like a square deal? Is it kind of like, you know, fend for yourself kind of thing? I'm just curious.
To address that question, so our lot is a vacant lot, so there is no current development on it, so we wouldn't be displacing anybody on that. The winning bid on this one, they do own that adjacent property, and so I think the plan would be to increase inventory in our community by bringing our lot and their lot together to increase the amount of actual units that we have in the city.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion to accept the highest bid?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the highest bid for solicitation number 2026-40 by 112 East Butler LLC.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, and a motion to read the ordinance by title only for the first time?
Mayor, I will make a motion to read the ordinance number 2025-28 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
Mayor, just one moment, I have the wrong ordinance here.
Oh, and wait a minute. So this acceptance of highest bid and then adoption of ordinance 25-28.
The purchase agreement will come with the second read of the ordinance, so in 2 weeks.
But, so up ahead, it says consideration and adoption of the ordinance, but down below, it says read ordinance by title only for the first time, which,
Pulling up the agenda.
So Mayor, the first motion should be to accept the highest bid with 2640. You did that, and that's what's on the table right now with the second, correct? Or it was already approved?
That was already approved.
Okay, so you'd read ordinance 25, or you made a motion to read ordinance 2528 now for the first time. She just needs to read it then.
so up above, is that an error with the consideration and adoption of ordinance 25-28?
No, that's our normal language
No.
for an ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, the actual adoption will still be on the second.
Gotcha.
Correct.
So City Clerk?
Okay, and I apologize, I had the wrong title here. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the disposition of real property located at 116 East Butler Avenue, providing for delegation of authority, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. See you on December 2nd. All right, down to C, stormwater utility cost and service and strategic plan updates. We don't see much of you these days.
I know, I've been hiding. Well, it's not really true, but good evening or afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. So Ed Shanklin, the Stormwater Section Director. This will be a two-part update. I also have Nancy Fan online from Principal Consultant with Water Resources Economics. We're going to provide a midterm update, if you will, of two different projects, I guess would be the best way to call it. So we have our cost of service update. So this is based on our 2023 stormwater utility rate adjustment, as well as our 2023 to 2028 stormwater strategic plan. So we're going to provide the update for both. We're going to provide it in two parts. So the first part will be driven by Nancy, and I'll be here just kind of driving the slides for her. And then if we have questions on that cost of service update, so that's the rate study update, if you will, Nancy will be online for that. Once we're done with the questions on that section, then we will move on to the stormwater strategic plan update. So with that, just some quick background. Stormwater utility is a standalone utility created in 2003, mostly out of the community development division. Is to provide enhanced stormwater level of service to the community, in particular the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project, Early Alert Warning Network, Disaster Response, CIP, et cetera. I already mentioned the first half will be led by Nancy. I'll lead the second half. And both of these are midterms, so 2.5 years into our 5-year for the rate adjustment, and also 2.5 years into our 5-year for the stormwater strategic plan. Water Resources Economics conducted the prior stormwater rate study that was in 2023 and has been brought in to engage that financial plan review study in 2025. This is at the direction of Shannon Jones when he was Water Services Director. And with that, Nancy, are you jumping off of this, or am I still giving this slide? I forget. It's been a month.
I was planning to do this slide, but totally up to you, Ed.
Okay. Well, I'll let you take it from here, introduce yourself, and then I'll be in the background for the next handful. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Ed, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Nancy Gann. I'm a principal consultant at Water Resources Economics. I'm excited tonight to share the results of our study with you in the next couple of slides. So as mentioned previously, we did do the city's prior rate study back in 2023, and then we were engaged again this year to conduct a financial plan review. So in that 2023 stormwater rate study, the city adopted new stormwater rates from the period from April 2023 to January 2028, and that resulted in 12% year rate increases. Is my audio still cutting out?
It is a bit.
Sorry, I got a comment. A little bit? Okay, I'll move a little bit closer and then just let me know if you can't hear me. Okay, so for this study that we conducted in 2025, City Council requested a review of the Stormwater Financial Plan. And so the purpose of this study is to compare what we projected in 2023 for the financial plan and comparing it to what the most up-to-date data says based on the city's most recent 5-year budget and updated customer data. So, and the purpose of this ultimately is to evaluate the city's current financial position and see how close we were to what we projected back in the prior study in 2023. So the change in financial position for the city's stormwater utility is a result of 3 different reasons. And well, I'll go over them in more detail in the next couple of slides. The first, which is related to revenues, there was a change in the number of ERUs as part of the update. The second is that there are some minor changes in non-capital expenses. Those are operating expenses as well as debt service. And then the third and most impactful, there were some pretty significant changes in CIE from the period from fiscal year 26 to 2028. Okay, that first there was an increase in number of ERUs. So in the prior study in 2023, the projected ERUs for fiscal year 2026 were about 102,000 ERUs. Currently, our fiscal year 2026 ERUs in this study is 112. So there was an increase in the number of ERUs due to 2 reasons. The first being an internal audit, which increased the amount of impervious surface area that is going to be billed for the water rate. And the second is greater growth than what we had previously anticipated. So all of this is to say there was an overall 17% increase in revenues, in rate revenues over the 3-year period, so fiscal year 26 to 28. And that is an increase in $4 million total over 3 years. The second point is that there are minor changes in operating and debt expenses. So operating expenses decreased slightly. That's an overall 3% decrease over the 3-year period, resulting in 300,000 or so less expenses overall. And then same thing, the debt service cost side, there is an overall 15% decrease over that same 3-year period. resulting in a reduction of $1.2 million total over 3 years. And finally, I mentioned previously, the most impactful here, there were some pretty significant changes in capital expenses. I'll go over more of the details in the next slide, but for the 3-year period between 26 and 28, the rate funded or pay-go CIP expenses, those are going to be significantly higher than the previous study projections. So that results in a 32% increase in costs over the total comparison period, or $5.1 million total. So there's some significant cost increases, primarily due to the Rio de Flag project, and that's due to changes in what it requires, as well as unanticipated construction cost increases. In addition to an increase in overall pay-go-related CIP, the city also expects to fund a portion of its future capital expenses via debt proceeds and grant proceeds. And so the fiscal year 2026-2028 rate funded or pay-go CIP, prior study in 2023, we expected $15.2 million, and currently is $21.3 million. Okay, and this slide shows the detail of the prior study projections as well as the current study projections. The top part of the table here shows the total capital financing plan that was developed as part of the last rate study, and that is a total of $60.2 million over 3 years that is projected to be rate funded. Under current projections from the city's most recent 5-year plan, the total capital financing plan is now increased to $61.4 million, with $19.4 million of that being debt funded, $20.7 million of that being grant funded, and then, as I mentioned previously, $21.3 million of that as rate funded. So that reflects a $5.1 million increase in rate funded capital. Okay, and this slide, we tie all of those reasons together, those 3 pieces that I just mentioned. The top part of the table here shows the prior study projections and projections for the stormwater service charge revenue. So as I mentioned, the increase in ERUs, that resulted in an increase of stormwater service charge revenue. So the prior study, we projected $23 million over the 3 years, and then under the current projections with the updated number of ERUs, that's going to be $27 million. So that's an increase overall over 3 years of $4 million, or 17% in total. On the expense side, at the bottom of this table here, that's inclusive of the decrease to operating expenses, debt service costs, as well as the increase to rate funded capital. So the prior study, we projected $37 million in total expenses, and the current projections based on this 3-year period is now $40.6 million. So that difference is about $3.6 million over 3 years, or a 10% increase overall. So the net difference is the difference between the increase in revenues versus the increase in expenses. So over 3 years, things net out to a positive difference of $435,000. Okay, so summarizing all of that, we have the increase in stormwater service charge revenues due to the increase in ERUs. That is plus $4 million in revenue over 3 years. And then we had a decrease in operating expenses, decrease in debt service costs, but an increase in rate CIP costs. So your net financial impact is $400,000. Overall, based on the results of the study, $400,000 over the spread over 3 years, we would say that the city is in a very similar financial position between what was projected in the prior study and what is projected based on the current year projections. Projections are just that, circumstances do change, but because we have the increase in revenues, those are still being offset by some significant increases in capital expenses, particularly for the Rio de Flag project. And so this presentation just showed kind of a brief summary of the results of the study, but more details are also available in the technical memorandum that we developed as part of the study deliverables. So that is it for my slides. I'm happy to answer any further questions or go back to any of the previous slides if we have any questions about this.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. That most of the capital expenses we're projecting will be tied to the Rio de Flag project, which I would love to see it come sooner than later, but you know, so where are we calculating when those expenses will come into play? Because we are still trying to work out all the details with all of our partners on just getting that started.
Yeah, that might be a better question. I know Rick Tatter's online, but a portion of this needs to be debt funded in advance, and that's that 16 million that you're seeing in FY 2026 is a portion of that debt financing for the Rio de Flag project.
Okay, so that's just a requirement to our grant agreements with.
Because the Rio project is a 65-35 match, we need to show that we have our 35% match at the city for the Army Corps. So the project escalated in cost from approximately $121 million in 2018 to about $243 million this last year.
So we're expecting that we could actually be needing this in 2026 or 2028.
That'd be a great question for capital and for Rick Tatter. I'm not super involved with the project management side of the Army Corps project.
Okay, all right, that's good, thank you.
And I have a question about the technical presentation or the technical memo that you mentioned, Nancy. I don't see that attached to our agenda. Is it available to the public, or is it called something else in our agenda?
It should be attached to the agenda. So if it's not, I can send that along.
Would it be included in one of the other documents?
It should be a standalone document.
And it should be called?
Look it up real quick. I'd have to look it up. I don't have the name of it right offhand, but I believe it is like 2025 cost of service study.
Okay,
stormwater.
all right. It threw me off with the use of the word technical. We do have the stormwater utility rate adjustment study.
That would be the 2023 rate adjustment study. So that's the
Oops.
original.
Yes, that is correct.
It's not attached. Ooh, okay. I can make sure you get that. Yeah,
Yes,
that
thank
might be an
you.
oversight on my part. Yeah.
Thank you.
These figures come immediately, they come out of this memo, so the figures we're showing here are the final figures from that tech memo. But yeah, I'll make sure that that's sent out.
Thank you.
And Mayor, even though that's not attached, the public, if they're interested in that, can obviously request a copy too.
Thank you. And when we receive it, will it be added to this agenda so people could go back and see it too? All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was not present for the beginning of this conversation, so if you have already answered this question and made it clear, then you can just email me off of line, so not to be duplicative. But I was just curious, you mentioned something to the effect of debt service increase. My question was, what is debt service and why did it increase?
So if you could pull back to the previous couple of slides. So the debt service costs over the 3-year period for prior to the new debt funding on the slide, that has actually decreased. So we saw a slight decrease in current debt service costs, and then we also have a piece here for future debt funded capital. So debt service is just, it's what we pay for debt issue. So it's like a mortgage or, an annual payment for or debt that we take out to pay for capital projects.
Thank you so much for that question or that answer.
And I just want to note that Rick popped in and said that the technical memorandum is called the cost of service memo in the packet. And I see that it is because inside the memo it's titled Stormwater Financial Plan Review Technical Memorandum. So we have it.
Okay, so it is attached? Great.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so I hid it somewhere I shouldn't have. That's probably my fault. Apologies.
As long as
Wasn't
we,
trying to hide anything. It's a really short memo. It's very simple to read. And Nancy did a great job explaining it right now. So what we're looking at here are kind of the final figures. So yeah, there's no big bombshell in it, and it's not 500 pages long. It is intentionally short, concise, and lacking jargon.
and something that we've already read, so that's
Yes.
great. All right, any additional questions or comments? So this was just for informational only. You don't need anything from us. And when will we be seeing something coming back? And I'm sorry if I was looking for this other thing while that was said.
In what way? Something
Will
coming
we
back?
be seeing additional information about this? And if so, when?
I believe that technical memorandum does kind of sum it up. So the next time we would be revisiting this would be in 2028. If you want to revisit it, it's going to be a question of whether you want to change the rates in 2028. So this was not intended to change any rates. This is just a checkup. One of the questions that came about from that 2023 rate adjustment was, can we see how this is going forward, since we were having 12% per year increases after that post-wildfire flooding, and the fact that the stormwater utility was in the red pretty severely. So the purpose of this was to show that update, to show that we are still on track. We are spending kind of appropriately, if you will. It's a little higher than expected, but we also have revenue that's a little higher expected as well. So we are tracking in the same way and are providing the same costs, or not, sorry, the same level of service that we promised the ratepayers back in 2023.
When this comes back in 2028, will the strategic plan also be updated when it comes back to us?
That would be my hope. I know that we have a separate strategic plan for the Water Services Division, which oversees our utility, which is it's sunsetting this year in 2025. So this 2028, and we'll get into this, the 2028 Stormwater Utility Strategic Plan is kind of dovetailed on that Water Services Strategic Plan. It's a very similar look, just slightly different take, because we are a slightly different utility than water, wastewater. So our hope is to adapt that through time. It is an adaptive plan. One of the reasons we're bringing it to you today is to show that it's not just sitting on the shelf and it's just dusty and, you know, we came up with something that's great and hurrah, and we never used it. So we are using it. We're moving through it. We actually do have internal meetings on how best to achieve the goals and objectives within that plan. And yes, our hope is probably in 2026, so next year, is start the planning for the next 5 years, because it does take some time to move through it.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson answered this question via email, but I'll bring it up here. I was inquiring to our accomplishments of some of the projects that led to the rate increases in an update. And she pointed me back to, a couple of newsletters that covered it. But in our conversation, when that discussion was being had, it was more, at least my expectation was that we would do a public presentation so that the public could see what projects we have completed, what is still pending, and if there's any issues. So if I could just put a plug in for that. I know I hear, and I used to say it too all the time, it's like, you increase these rates, but, then we don't ever see, and we have capital projects that were approved 10 years ago and they're still on the shelf waiting and stuff. So if we could put that on a future agenda and just so it's a public presentation, that would be really great.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great idea, Councilmember Matthews. And we'll talk a little bit about that in this upcoming section, but it's not really a capital update. So yeah, we can definitely do that. And I don't want to plug a staff, but maybe that'd be another one. Be good to bring in the capital program as well, because there's a lot of great things that overlap we're just one small utility, so there's a lot of things that we overlap with water, wastewater, streets, public works, sustainability, et cetera. So there's a lot of these that are kind of tied together where, maybe we're the champion for some of it if it's drainage related, but on some of the other ones, we may not be the champion, but we're also involved. Downtown Mile being a great example. That really is a transportation project and grant, but we do have some skin in the game on that. And vice versa. There's others that on some of these large projects that we have that we are doing streets projects at the same time. So it'd be good to kind of bring it all together.
So I remember we had a fairly specific list of projects and their dollar value back then that needed to be done. Some of them were, like I said, older. Some of them were projected that we needed it just to keep up with our needs. So yeah, if we could get an update on that for the public to see that their rate increase is accomplishing what, we had talked about it needing to accomplish it outside of projects that are grant funded and stuff, but just stuff that's paid for by the rate payers would be
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
valuable.
Those are the fun updates, and you get all the really cool before and after photos and whatnot. So yeah, we'll be happy to provide that.
All right, I don't see any additional questions or comments, so thank you very much, Ed.
All right, thank you. So I'll jump into the next staff, and thank you, Nancy and Sanjay, who couldn't be here today from Water Resources Economics.
Thank you.
All right, so the second half here, and if you want, we have it online, but if you want a physical copy of it, we have lots of these stormwater strategic plan to hand out if you'd like them. Otherwise, they're all online. So again, just to go back into it, stormwater became a utility in 2003. We were originally under community development and then have grown and went over to water services shortly after 2003. In 2020, the acting water services director approved the development of a stormwater strategic plan to better understand the definition, guidance, and mission of the stormwater utility. So just to kind of provide a little bit more guidance to both the public as well as others in the city of what we do. Why are we here? Because we are kind of a unique stormwater group, if you will. Most stormwater groups within municipalities are based on urban water quantity, which would be your flooding, as well as urban water quality. So dealing with urbanization, so the increase in impervious surface, so those would be hardscapes, and how that changes water. We do quite a bit more than that. So this draft, and I'll get into that. The draft plan was reviewed and revised in late 2021 after the post-fire floods, and then it was adopted by City Council in 2023 as a 5-year plan. So it took a little while to get that plan together, as you can see. Really started in 2020, took 3 years to get off the ground, but we got it there. The following slides are just to provide a review of that strategic plan, very high level. You can read it at your leisure, and then include a midterm progress of where we're at and well, I won't get too much in where we hope to go. That's still being pushed, but we're getting there. To find it online, this is kind of a long, a long link. It's much easier to just go on your web browser, Google or whatever, Yahoo, and just look up Stormwater Strategic Plan for Flagstaff, and this should come up as the first document. It does have a strategic foundation, so we have a mission, behavioral values. Those behavioral values being integrity, respect, commitment, responsibility, collaboration, and leadership. And then the business values that go with that, the sound planning and appropriate investment, flood protection and pollution prevention, which is the standard for stormwater, protecting public health and the environment, exceptional customer service, sound financial management, increasing efficiency, which we just talked about, and then transparency and community engagement, which we also work on. This is in that stormwater strategic plan. Just kind of shows the growth of the utility through time. We were the first stormwater utility in Arizona, not the first in the United States, but the first in Arizona. There's now, I believe, 9 in Arizona and about 2,200 throughout the country. So most other stormwater groups are funded either through general fund, property taxes, flood control districts, other ways of funding than a utility. So, but as I mentioned, there's about 2,200 stormwater utilities now, so it's definitely not unique. We started as a FEMA floodplain management group that actually was awarded back in 1983. So it was in community development, then came across as a stormwater utility. Development review, construction inspections, maintenance funding, and water quality in MS4, which is under the EPA Clean Water Act were our founding documents. And then through time, you can see we increased our scope as we started taking over capital improvement. Some of these larger regional studies, the early alert gauges, LID ordinance in 2009, so green infrastructure and rain gardens, if you will. Regional watershed management, the Rio to Flag flood control project, some of these larger projects, and working with other divisions like fire on forest health and forest thinning. And then obviously the post-wildfire realm after 2019, which we've been very active in. And then most recently after 2022, individual direct assistance, so working with sustainability on flood proofing, for example, and small grants, and then also these large regional detention basin projects. So we actually are doing more land management. So kind of running through that quickly, I know it's getting late, so I'm just trying to stay on topic here and be brief. What I'm going to go through is 9 strategic objectives that were listed in that stormwater strategic plan and where we are with those. So these are the 9 here. I'm not going to read them because we're going to get into each one separately, but I'll give you an update on each one of these, and then hopefully we'll continue to get these completed in the next 2.5 years before we update the strategic plan. So the first one was respond to wildfire flooding risks and events. Again, this was written right after the flooding in 2021. So our accomplishments in the last 2.5 years, we completed the Schultz Creek post-wildfire capital projects. This is a huge win. So we had over $10 million, mostly of external funding, either through the state for that state bill 1720, also through federal grants, NRCS, EWP, for example. And with that $10 million roughly, we were able to completely mitigate the post-wildfire threat for Schultz Creek going into Coconino Estates. A huge win for a rather large team. We've also substantially completed most of the Spruce Wash suite of projects. These are for the museum fire side. And huge kudos to a really huge, big, I keep saying huge, a big city group. Scott Overton's been amazing moving that project forward. Julie Lee, Trevor Henry, Eli Reisner before he left the city was amazing. I mean, just a really large TAC, so technical advisory committee that we've been meeting weekly. And got that suite of projects almost complete. We're really wrapping that up this winter, which is great. 3 years to do $40 million worth of projects really shows a huge commitment by staff and our consultants to get that completed. We've also assisted the county flood control district with some pre-wildfire studies, so one being in the Rio to Flag. We've proactively dredged some of our channels now that we have a little additional funding for operations. One of the big ones this year is the Rio to Flag in Cheshire. It's the first time this has been dredged since that channel was engineered in the 1970s. So a rather large project there. We're about 80% done with a pre-wildfire risk assessment for the entirety of Observatory Mesa for all the drainages that come off Observatory Mesa and Mars Hill. We've began a larger study of Mount Eldon and the south slopes that drain into a number of neighborhoods on the east side. That's being completed right now. Big Phil Lake, which is what we call that area of Continental Country Club, where it floods every once in a while because it backs up from BNSF. We have a complete design for that and working with BNSF on a grant for roughly a $15 million grant to get that addressed. Hopefully we can get that through. We also designed a large detention basin for the Shadow Mountain neighborhood. It's been shelved just due to lack of federal funding, but we do have that design ready if there is a need or desire for it in the future. And then also I've worked on some technical work with the role of our stormwater section compared to county flood control districts. So quite a bit of accomplishment on the wildfire flood risk and events, so quite a bit going on there, and we'll still work through that. Next objective was clarify climate change characteristics and overall stormwater challenges. So mostly dealing with climate change, climate adaptation, and climate variability. So we are expecting the community, like most communities, to become more vulnerable to high intensity storms due to climate change and climate variability. So with that, in the last 2.5 years, we're now maintaining over 30 rain gauges and about 15 stream gauges. providing that data to the National Weather Service for their update of the NOAA Atlas 15. So we're at NOAA Atlas 14 right now. This is for rainfall prediction. So they are moving forward with that, even in the current federal climate. There is funding for NOAA to complete this Atlas 15 update. So this will be helpful for the development community, as well as our emergency management and risk management folks for determining potential risk for different rain events. We've also completed a landscape scale, so an entire city of Flagstaff plus the surrounding area model for rainfall runoff using a three-dimensional model called Mike Shee. It's funded by FEMA through a community technical partnership. That was about a 10-year process, so it's been a rather large study and model, and that is complete now and online. We've installed new flood alert gauges, so new early alert gauges on Friedland Prairie Road, Friedland Prairie Road, and the Rio de Flag in Fort Valley. So these are out in the county actually, but they're city gauges, and the purpose is that we'll be able to have an early warning if there's flooding that comes from outside the city into city limits. And then we published numerous papers and reports on local hydrology and climate. Third objective was maximize or optimize the stormwater system maintenance. So we've done that. We have an annual maintenance report that's been expanded to include both open channels, so the above ground, as well as underground, so that'd be your pipes, infrastructure. You can find that online. It's a really cool document that we update every year with a dashboard, and it has all the different work orders that go into it, either for our own staff or for our consultants and contractors. We've also updated our stormwater maintenance SOPs and EPGs to allow our operators to work more effectively, updated our regional detention basin inspection forms, completed inspection and maintenance on all of our city-owned green infrastructure, that's LID, low impact development facilities, and then streamlined our resident complaint response through the use of CMMS, which is our computerized maintenance and monitoring system. So CityWorks is our software for that. So we can actually look in real time at our resident complaints and how we're addressing them. The fourth objective was clarify service levels and enhance customer service. So our accomplishments to date, we've provided engineering assessments to neighborhoods. These are door-to-door assessments in areas of high risk. So that would be Coconino Estates after the pipeline fire, as well as Sunnyside and Grandview after the museum fire. We maintain those flood alert sirens that you see in the Sunnyside neighborhood. We maintain and enhance the alert network, which is one of the largest networks in Arizona. So I don't know if people know that, but those 30 gauges that we have, those are usually maintained by county flood control districts. So when I asked our consultant, Jay Fuller, I was at a conference a couple weeks ago, I said, what city has an alert network as big as ours? What's the closest one? And he sat there and he said, probably Dallas. So we are larger than most in the West in the use of our flood alert networks. And we use them. Every year we use them for sending out street crews, for sending out our water service operators for emergency management. They set off that flood director alerts for the museum fire, for example, and for the sirens. So it is a very much used network, as well as by researchers after the fact. And then we continue to inform the multi-jurisdictional, multi-hazard plan, which is housed over in county EM, so county emergency management. So we help them, as do other divisions and sections within the city, with their updates as they are needed by FEMA. Fifth objective was increase support for flood proofing of individual structures. This was new when we built this strategic plan. It's not something we used to do. So it's kind of a new task or project, if you will, of stormwater, and we lean heavily on sustainability. So a lot of kudos to sustainability for their small grants here. They have completed 19 floodproofing grants in the last 2.5 years, and then also a lot of kudos out to Public Works, who has helped us a lot with seasonal sandbagging. So we have a seasonal sandbag station located at Thorpe Park. Sixth objective was enhance the CIP process and update CIP priorities. So accomplishments real quick. We did do that regional model, the landscape model, using that FEMA CTP grant that kind of shows us areas of concern. And I already mentioned this, the Observatory Mesa pre-wildfire risk assessment, which is mostly complete. The Mount Eldon South Slope flood study, which is in progress. And then updates on the Schultz Creek and Spruce Wash flood models and hydrology, which we're using both for our CIP process, but then also using that for updating flood maps. I mentioned we have that CMMS database for creating drainage investigations, so streamlining drainage complaints and investigations. And then there's actually the strategic plan itself is adopted for tracking staffing and funding needs. So this helps us understand our process and priorities. We continue to review the Rio de Flag flood control project and are moving forward with one of the laterals that would be related to that Rio de Flag project. So this would be the Santa Fe lateral that Capital is managing for us that should start construction next spring. Spot improvements, which are our smaller capital projects, are now managed by our stormwater PMs. This allows us a little bit more flexibility to manage something in-house. Seventh objective, enhance the development review process and developer support. So our accomplishments to date, we've updated the stormwater management drainage design manual. It sorely needed that. It was, the last update was in 2009. It was definitely out of date, and we got a lot of complaints from developers and engineering community that it was kind of rough coming from more updated code and other locations to our 2009. So having this update in this last year has really helped us streamline that development process. We've also updated in 2024, so last year, our Chapter 12 of City Code, that's our floodplain management code. This allows us to also be in sync with the rest of the industry. And then we updated the stormwater credit manual last year. This allows us to provide more opportunities for credits to your utility bill if you're able to provide value to the community. So if you're able to provide some value to your neighbors, if you will. So these three things, have really kind of helped us move us in sync with that. Okay, we're getting there. The eighth objective, we've got a lot of objectives, nine total. So this is the eighth one, improve collaboration and communications. So what we've done, we've provided partial funding for the water services full-time communication specialist, or Sarah Jablin, if you haven't met her, great person. So really helpful having a full-time communication specialist in water services. We provide part of that funding. We do provide ongoing flood updates to Water Commission and City Council. You've heard some of those, usually pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, sometimes in the middle of it if we have some rather large events. Ongoing community flood awareness communications, so those are both online, on social media, news, door hangers when we need to do them, and then also meet in the streets, like this picture here. Flood insurance workshops, including external vendors. Don't want to get into that now. I know you guys had a meeting yesterday about wildfire insurance. Flood insurance, that's a very interesting topic right now, a very quickly moving industry, which you never would say that with flood insurance in the last 50 years, but the last 2 years have been extremely interesting. I think that's a polite way of putting it, to see how flood insurance has evolved and will continue to evolve. Stay tuned, have some popcorn ready for that one. Meet in the streets, as I mentioned, community meetings for the post-wildfire impacted neighborhoods. And then we've done a number of presentations and panels at regional and national associations to collaborate on emerging threats. So I do want to give a quick shout to Lucinda Andriani. I know she was here yesterday from the County Flood Control District. She's also been great at coming out to these national events. I really do think that Northern Arizona is well represented at these post-wildfire and flood events that we have, or symposiums that we have out there. All right, last one, we'll get in there. Objective number 9, addressing stormwater section human resources needs. So our accomplishments since that rate study, since when the rate was increased, we were able to add 2.5 full-time positions to our stormwater operations group. And this has been huge. It really has helped us address a lot more stormwater complaints as well as ongoing maintenance throughout town. So we've added that. And we're looking at staffing needs for project managers and engineers. That will probably be our next step on that one. So hopefully you're still all awake. I know that was a whole lot really quickly, but here for any discussion, questions on anything, happy to go back through it. If you want to go anything in here, or if you want to take it on a tangent, I'm here all night. I got coffee.
Thank you, Ed. And as you were talking and you were listing all of these accomplishments, I looked up to see what staffing looked like in stormwater, and listed here are just 4 people, 3 project managers and you. So you've also added the 2.5 for maintenance. How many staff do you have?
We like to keep you guessing. So it's interesting. Who I oversee is 4 positions, well, 3.5. So obviously there's myself, and then we have we have a senior project manager, 2 project managers, and then Doug Slover is now shared with Water Services Engineering. So he does development review for all of Water Services now. So that's on my side of the aisle. And then on the operations side, that's actually managed by Patrick O'Connor, on the operations section director for Water Services. So under him, we have Lauren Sampson, who is our supervisor for maintenance for stormwater. So that is now a full-time supervisor. When we came to you in 2023, that was actually shared with wastewater. So Joel Almendarez was doing wastewater, so all the sewer issues and all the stormwater on top of that. And then we had 2 operators in stormwater. So now under Lauren, there are 4 positions. Like most things, right, it's hard to keep people, so it's kind of always kind of wavering between 1 and 4 of how many operators we have at any one time. So right now, I believe we have 3.
So all of these accomplishments and all of this work that you're doing, and then a couple of big emergencies in the middle of all of that, that's pretty amazing.
Well, thank you. And we've had the same staffing other than maintenance. We've had the same staffing since 2003. So it's kind of interesting to see the change in responsibilities as we have the same number of people. But I don't want to downplay the role of teamwork. I mean, we have a lot of great people that we work with in the rest of Water Services, in Public Works, in procurement, in legal, in, you name it. So we do lean on other sections and divisions. Sometimes they're grumpy about it, but we do lean on them when we can to get these done. It really is one large community. So I can't say we're one silo all by ourselves doing it all by ourselves. It does take a larger group.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Thank you so much, Mr. Schenk, for the just amazing amount of information that you were able to give us and the community to help better understand something that's crucially important to our public safety and our personal property as well. I was able to attend some of your Meet in the Street events, which is that's why I love the city of Flagstaff so much, is because while you guys are, underground, underwater, trying to smooth things out on a technical level, you're also meeting above ground on the street with the community and making that community component. The discussions, the fact that the community is heard and is able to ask any questions, share, good and bad stories, and then also have hope from, wherever you guys are standing from, about the future and how things are going to improve. Being there to witness that, it made me feel kind of whole inside because of that community component and my attachment to the community. And to know that stormwater, is the ones that are also connecting to the community in that way, just really shines a light on on the city of Flagstaff, the entire team, but more so on this this particular program that you guys have for us. So I wanted to highlight that and say thank you.
Well, thank you.
I don't see any other questions or comments, so you have our gratitude. Thank you, Ed. Hopefully we see you more often, but not in the way that we saw you for a while.
I'm hoping for a good snow year. If you ever have questions, door's open. Email's a lot better than door, but yes, anytime, send it along, and we're happy to do that. And yeah, we will work with other divisions to figure out the best time to do a capital update. Always happy to send cool pictures, and those are success stories. Those are really great to share. Yeah, it's a hard field to be in. As you mentioned, a lot of times we get the complaints, so it is always fun to share the successes as well. And the complaints are great too, because we really get to see, it's a finger on the pulse. You really get to see what the community's thinking. And, you have to have some tough skin out there, and it actually is really great to hear some of those stories. I shouldn't say great. It's good to hear those stories and then work through them with those community members. Mm-hmm.
All right, we're moving down to discussion items. The first one is a fair. This is discussion and possible action regarding vice mayor selection process. And I believe it was Councilmember Spence who brought this to us. So would you like to kick it off?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank my fellow council members for agreeing to put this on the future agenda. It's finally gotten around to our actual agenda after about three or 4 months. And our briefing material put together by our city clerk is accurate, but it does not use the word vice mayor-elect. So I would like to make a brief statement that kind of introduces that term, vice mayor-elect, and put that into perspective of our discussion. And so in the time period from 1960 to 1992, the council's method of appointing the vice mayor was to appoint the council member who received the highest number of votes in the prior general election, effectively creating a 2-year term as vice mayor-elect. The obvious benefit of this 2-year elect designation is an opportunity for the newly elected council member to learn the rules, the customs, and the norms of city government. Then, in 1992, the council voted to change the vice mayor appointment method to appoint the council member who received the highest number of votes in the immediately preceding election, effectively creating a 4-year term. And that method has persisted until today. In conformance with this existing policy regarding the vice mayor appointment, after the November 24 election, the highest vote getter was, as it turns out, an experienced council member, Miranda Sweet, my colleague. So the lack of experience that I'm referring to in this vice mayor-elect designation, Miranda Sweet had plenty of experience, having served on the council, and this lack of experience was not an issue in our most recent appointment of our vice mayor. But suppose that an inexperienced person, such as myself, suppose I had garnered the most votes instead of Miranda Sweet. In such a scenario, a 2-year term as vice mayor-elect would serve the city well. I'll stop at this point and ask to give a chance for others to comment on this question. And then I do have a motion prepared if it's appropriate.
Councilmember Garcia
So
and then
if
McCarthy.
I could clarify, under the fair process, this is where there's some, sorry, Mayor, for the interruption. This is the process where we discuss as a council, you discuss as a council whether or not you want to move forward with an action on this, but there is no action tonight, it's discussion only. So there wouldn't be a motion tonight, and I apologize, maybe for all the council and the public. The fair process is such that an item is requested and it's placed before the council to determine whether 3 council members want to move that forward for a discussion. That happened already, and that discussion is happening tonight. If during the discussion it's determined that action wants to be, or that the council wants to take action, it can be moved forward on another agenda for potential action. So I just wanted to clarify that for you, Councilmember Spence, and for everyone else. Thank you.
I stand corrected.
Councilmember Garcia and then Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, and I'll try to work through this quickly. David, you mentioned effectively a 4-year term. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Well, perhaps we can, if it's okay with my council member Miranda Sweet, why don't we look at her case? November 24, Miranda got the highest number of votes. She come January, became our new vice mayor. And it's my understanding she will serve for 4 years as vice mayor. No? Do I need to be corrected?
I'll just mention that every 2 years, we have the same top vote getter to be the new vice mayor. And then I had a question for Miranda, if you don't mind. Just
Go for it.
Yeah, so you were also vice mayor when you first got elected, correct?
Not when I got elected, but soon after.
I was, and then when I resigned to run for mayor, vice mayor took on the vice mayor role.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That makes a lot more sense to me. So this question could really be for either one of you, especially you, Mayor Daggett. You were inexperienced on council prior to being on council, but you were elected vice mayor. Did you have any issues like getting into the swing of things as a new council member that is also vice mayor?
No, I think that could be partially because I had been so involved in local politics for so long, but no.
So that brings me to a conclusion. So I've been pretty serious about local politics for almost 20 years now, coming to these meetings and watching them online and taking part in it. So I've seen about 9 elections. And I venture to say that so I have a limited experience in that the sample size is only 9 elections, but it's also somewhat vast, depending on how you look at it. And I'd say the least experienced but very connected person that I saw get elected and go straight to vice mayor was Adam Shimoni, who did a bang-up job from the get-go. So I'm wondering if, based on just that assumption that people aren't going to be able to meld into the role correctly, if this conversation is even valid. And I back that up by stating that, in my opinion, the vice mayor role isn't that big of a job. I mean, it is. It's a huge job, and it's a huge responsibility, and it's a great honor. Most importantly, it's a great honor. But maybe we can start with defining the role. Maybe Sterling could help us with that.
Yes, Sterling does have a comment.
Just that Stacy has a presentation that may answer some of these questions, or at least provide a little bit of some of the parameters around the vice mayor.
Let's do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. Actually, Councilmember Spence really hit on most of the points of my presentation in terms of kind of that history, how we got to where we're at. You know, in 1960, after the initial charter of the city was adopted, really began this process of how we appointed the vice mayor. So up until 1992, the vice mayor was appointed based on the highest number of votes received at the prior general election. So for example, in 1960, the vice mayor appointed was actually elected in 1958. So there was a 2-year period before they became vice mayor. In 1992, as Councilmember Spence noted, that had changed. There was some controversy around that change at that time. I think there was some information that I provided you within the packet that kind of shined some light on some of that controversy, but it was ultimately changed so that we're appointing the person who received the highest number of votes in that current election. Neither of these practices were codified at the time of establishment, so it was really just a practice. It was kind of one of those, it's just the way we've always done it, kind of a situation. So in 2019, the council decided to actually formalize this process and put it in their rules of procedure. So if there was some direction from council tonight to make a change to that, what would happen is we would come back before you with a change to our council rules of procedure to essentially codify any update that we want to see. This here is our current rule that talks about the selection of the vice mayor. This is what's included in the council rules of procedure. I don't think I need to read this verbatim. We've really covered what that process is. And so really tonight, as has been laid out, what does council want to do? Staff is prepared to bring forward, whatever it is that you decide. One of the things that I wanted to just put out there is sometimes we hear a little bit about, allowing the public to directly elect their vice mayor, which is not permitted in Flagstaff just based on our code and our charter. So just wanted that to kind of keep in mind, and really that's all I had. So again, Councilmember Spence really hit on most of those points, so.
Sterling.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, and Stacy, I don't know if you would mind putting it back up to the rule. I think one of the things that needs to be clear for everyone is that language, appointed vice mayor until the next general candidate election. That's why it's only a 2-year period of time that the vice mayor is in place, because we have elections every 2 years, a general election. That said, there is likely a legal issue with potentially using the term vice mayor-elect, because it's not a vice mayor race at large, if you will, not a vice mayor election at large. It is a mayoral election at large, so mayor-elect is a proper term, council member-elect is a proper term, but until this council appoints the vice mayor, I don't know that vice mayor-elect would be a proper term, and I would like to look at that. I'm just asking if that would be okay, if council wants to go that direction. I'd just like some time to look at that. Thanks.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Spence, I know you mentioned that you waited several months for this to come up. I also put it on a fair, and it was, I don't know, it felt like a year. I don't know if it was a year or not, but it came up right before the election, so it made it more difficult. And we had a robust discussion about it. And at the end of the day, it was not, it just didn't seem to go anywhere. It was really a difficult conversation to have. I do want to comment on Councilmember Garcia's question about the roles of vice mayor. They seem to really, I'd like to see some more defined responsibility roles. I know Vice Mayor Sweet is highly involved in different events, and she's there dependably to back up the mayor when the mayor has a conflict, and is there to just step in flawlessly. And I don't know if we have that defined, but I think where I was coming from a year or so ago was not only is some people that may be newly elected first time in office, it may be an issue. We don't always get a Mayor Daggett or a Vice Mayor Sweet, but I think that more importantly, it's really understanding if Nick's election, that person who got the most votes understood the obligation and making sure they can commit to it, and go to those events, because for most of us, this is a full-time job. But how much more can, somebody go to all these events, because we do have a lot. So I don't know that I want to bring back the vice mayor, how we selected. It got really messy, and there was some controversy on why it was changed to how we do it now. But we had just a really long discussion about it not too long ago. But I think what I would like to entertain is defining that role and responsibilities so that the elected person can know what they're agreeing to, if that makes sense.
Sterling?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I apologize for putting so many comments in the chat, but the scope of this one is the selection of the vice mayor and getting into the duties and the role that the vice mayor plays. That's a different topic that others in the community may not have been aware that would be discussed. So I don't think it would be appropriate to go down that path tonight. If there was a broader discussion that the council wanted to bring back on that later, it could be a fair, or the city manager could simply put it on for council to discuss. But the selection process and the selection of the vice mayor is totally within the realm of the scope of the agenda item.
Let me throw something out. What if, rather than the highest vote getter, or maybe it could start with the highest vote getter, I don't know, but what if it rotated to give everyone on the council an opportunity to be the person who fills in for me if I'm not available? So think of that. Councilmember Garcia and then Councilmember Aslan.
Okay, thank you very much. And if this is straying too far off the topic, Sterling, please jump in because I'm pretty much talking to you when I'm asking this question. I remember a time, I think it was 2014 or something back there. Were you here back then, Sterling?
Yes, as the deputy city attorney I was, not as the city attorney.
Oh, cool. So you might have remembered this. The mayor at the time wanted to not give the top vote getter the seat.
I remember it well.
So my question is, did putting this into writing in 2019 kind of secure that from never happening again?
It was very helpful.
If I could maybe just tag on to that, the council defines and sets your rules of procedure. So it doesn't necessarily put it in place so it can never change again. It just really wrote down that the intention of the council was to do it this way, understanding that you guys at any time could change your rules of procedure. So I just want to be clear that it's not set in stone. You guys have the ability to change it if you would like.
So I know that's not what this part of this conversation is about, but I think that would be, in my opinion, the most beneficial thing to have, is so that we never see that again, because that was a scary and ugly situation.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple points to add to this conversation. Many of us, as Councilmember Matthews pointed out, were involved in a similar discussion not too long ago. And it was a lengthy discussion, and we are starting to repeat on some of those points. I feel I need to repeat on another one of the points. First of all, no one's mentioned what the role of the vice mayor is. And the only role that the vice mayor has is to replace the mayor in case the mayor is incapacitated or unable to fulfill their duties as mayor. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, the mayor could ask anybody to take over for a meeting. The mayor could ask anybody to go to a ceremony for them to cover if they're unable or going to be absent for a particular event or ceremony or something. The role of the vice mayor is so that we have an avenue of direct knowledge of what's going to happen in the event of an incident. And the vice mayor takes over as the mayor, and we all move forward as a governing body with a clear set of conditions that we have already pre-agreed to. I do not agree with making the vice mayorship a rotating situation. The vice mayor's only role is to take over as mayor if required. And the person who takes over as mayor should not be a random round robin of one of 6 other people. It should reflect the will of the voters. And that's why I think it makes a lot of sense that the vice mayorship is at least somehow attached to the most number of votes in the previous election or the most recent election. I'll leave it at that for now. I appreciate this conversation. Thank you, Dr. Spence, for bringing this forward again. Clearly, it's something that, we're all still smarting from what happened in 1992, I think. And what we're really grappling with is how would you transition back to that in a way that's fair? And the only answer I have for that, based off of what happened before, is that we would all agree to appoint an interim vice mayor for the intervening 2 years. And that would mean someone coming in wouldn't get the opportunity to do that right away, but they would after 2 years. So I'm still open to that concept. But I do think that the incoming vice mayor, right after this decision is set, should be an interim choice that's not a part of the pattern moving forward. I hope that makes sense. Looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Sterling, did you want to make a comment about the vote getter?
Just that it's there in the rules until the next mayoral election. Right now it's 2 years. As Councilmember Aslan indicated, there would be a situation where it would make for a difficult transition. That said, that's up to council. The only other comment I did want to make was back to the procedural side of affair. It takes 4 council members tonight to give direction to bring something back to take potential action, not just 3. That's because it takes a majority of council. Your rules of procedure allow for a non-majority to move affair forward for this discussion. But once, potential action is asked for or requested for the future, it takes a majority.
Councilmember Spence.
I agree with Councilmember Aslan's assessment of the role, the core role of the vice mayor is to become the mayor in the event of incapacity or death of the elected mayor. And that is precisely the reason that I am promoting this 2-year training period. If we don't call it the vice mayor-elect, we can call it the vice mayor trainee. We can come up with any number of terms for it, but essentially at its core, it's a period of learning. A newly elected, highest vote-getting council member in a general election has a 2-year settling in period, a 2-year training, a 2-year internship, if you want to use a term like that, to, as I said earlier, become familiar with the customs, the rules, the procedures of city government, the council and city government. And I apologize to previous council members who sat through hours of discussion before, but the issue before us is, do we want to have, as our vice mayor, somebody who's coming in green off the streets, who ran a successful campaign and got the most votes, but doesn't know squat about city government? This proposal that I'm trying to put forward is to go back to the time before 1992, when a newly elected council member has a settling in period for 2 years before becoming the vice mayor. And the specific issue is, what kind of experience would a vice mayor bring to the mayor's duties by having this 2-year break-in period versus coming off the street and becoming the vice mayor, and then, God forbid, the mayor is incapacitated, and 2 weeks later, this newly elected, inexperienced council member is our mayor.
Stacy, what would be the length of time, because there would need to be an election held, right? If it was a certain amount of time after the mayor died or whatever?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on the timing at which that would happen, and how that would play into the next election cycle. Sterling might better know. I'm sure he's in the same boat I am, but sometimes what will happen is council can appoint essentially a mayor to fill that spot until the next election. It's just something I would have to dig into on specifics. Thankfully, that has never been an issue in my time here.
It does move into an appointment type situation, depending on the timing.
So it wouldn't necessarily be the vice mayor?
not necessarily, but depending on the timing, so.
Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, just to respond to Councilmember Spence's point, I do understand where that's coming from, and I think it's part of the reason why originally last cycle it seemed to make sense to me that someone with a slightly more seasoning and understanding, maybe not so much of the policy, but at least of the culture, if they were to become mayor, would have something more to go on and could hit the ground running a little bit better. But a counterpoint to that is that there's nothing stopping anyone from running for mayor, from winning the mayor's seat, who hasn't never had any experience whatsoever themselves. And they enjoy the privilege of getting to sit down in that seat with the gavel, having had no experience and bringing only what they know to the role. So that's already a scenario that's very well built into the system as it is, and it's the system that we all play by since the invention of the Arizona City Charter. So there's that point. And another, I have thought about this a bit over the years, and there's one other thing that wasn't mentioned before that I find that could be relevant in certain situations. And that is if someone's running for reelection, if they're serving as vice mayor on the tail end of their service, the last 2 years of their service, they get an inherent little bump in advantage during their next election campaign as running for office as vice mayor, where other candidates and other currently serving incumbents don't get that notation to use during their campaign. Just something to keep in mind. I don't know, I'm not going to suggest how people fall on that, but in general, it seems to me that it provides a slight advantage to one candidate over others. And that's a scenario that we don't have to deal with right now. Any incumbent running for another term is just a council member.
Sterling.
So yeah, just a clarification on that vacancy in the office of mayor for whatever reason, death or illness or anything along those lines. Council appoints somebody to take the mayor's place. So that's, for that, the remainder of the mayor's term. If it's within, they have to do that within 31 days. So it is not necessarily the vice mayor.
Thanks. Councilmember Garcia, and then I think I see where we're going. I'm feeling that we are not wanting to move this forward to another agenda and see whether there's a better selection process for vice mayor. Please let me know if that is not actually what people are thinking. But Councilmember Garcia.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Mayor. That actually fits into my riff here. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward, Councilmember Spence, and I would like to offer a solution if the direction that we want to go in is to follow your lead and have that 2-year grace period. To fulfill that seat for 2 years, I would recommend that we have you do it, since you're the one who brought this forward, so you could be the council member for those 2 years. And then, because that would be the next question, would be how do we fill that gap? So that would be my suggestion, is to have you be that, just to get us beyond that point, since you brought this forward, and we can go from there. But if that's not the will of the body, then I'll stick with the will of the body and just leave it as it is.
Do we have 4 members of council who want to move this forward and figure out a new way to select a vice mayor? We have Councilmember Spence. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Spence. All right, next up is a fair that I suggested some time ago for the right sizing of our fleet. And what I was thinking when I suggested this was, you know, we have this goal of electric vehicles, but as far as I understand the current process, there's no real, I don't want to say oversight, that's too strong of a word, but we don't have a method for determining whether a vehicle outside of that division, there's no looking at the vehicles that are purchased to make sure that they are the size and the, you know, do you need an F-150 or would a Ford Ranger do? I guess that's what I'm getting at here. So please, Jen.
Perfect. Well, I have about 4 hours of discussion. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, so thank you for having me here. I know that it has taken a little bit of time to get this here, but we've had some planning that's been taking place as far as a policy and it's actually a directive, and that included folks from fleet, folks from sustainability, folks from procurement, city manager's office. So with that, that's why it took some time, because we wanted to present this to you, because I think this will help to answer some of the questions. But before I really jump in, I wanted to share a little bit about my background. My background is that I've spent over 25 years in fleet, not to mention the times that I've spent with my 2 older brothers underneath a vehicle or pumping the brakes. So vehicles are kind of a little bit of my passion. So I've served on the Ford Police Advisory Board for over 8 years. I've also spoke at multiple conferences around the country about fleet and how we can always improve our fleet. I've also been in the industry from gas guzzling Crown Vics to our EV revolution that we're in now. I've learned that change only sticks when it's thoughtful and not rushed. That's exactly what we're approaching with this in Flagstaff. The city fleet isn't just about collection of trucks and sedans. It's a lifeline for public safety, parks, streets, and keeping the city moving every day. So my goal today is to show you how we're aligning our fleet with the city's carbon neutrality plan, while keeping our services reliable and our people safe. All right, so this is actually one of our EVs, Chevy Silverado EVs, that the mayor has actually been able to drive and get used to, and I think I might not have gotten it back, actually. I was a little worried that I wasn't gonna get this vehicle back. So really, the purpose of today is relatively simple. It's about talking about how we're going to support the carbon neutrality plan, while at the same time right-sizing our fleet. We know that sustainability is part of the city's direction, but in fleet, that also means that we need to make real operational sense out of it. It's about doing what's right for our environment, but also doing what's right for our city. So progress doesn't come from a single policy or purchase. It's a combination of smart data, teamwork, and steady steps. Our new policy helps to standardize decision-making for replacements, purchasing across the departments, and allows for a way for us to ask difficult questions, just like you were talking about. So do we really need an F-150? Do we really need a sedan? It's working with other departments and having those tough conversations of, you know, before about 10 years ago, it was, let's replace like for like. So I have an F-350, which is a really big truck, and I'm driving 10 miles and keeping it on idle for 2 hours of that. So now what we're doing is we're focusing on asking those tough questions of, can an EV work for this? Do you really need to have this? So it's really interesting how it's been evolving, right? We're starting to think a little bit more out of the box and asking those tough questions with the entire divisions that do need a vehicle. All right, so this one is a fun one. So this is our fleet at a glance. So this is the City of Flagstaff fleet. In total, we have roughly approximately 769 pieces of equipment, fleet. And so what you want to think about is anything that has an engine, has wheels, that's rolling, that pretty much our fleet management is going to be taking care of. Now, I also broke it down to a light-duty class of 255. So what does that mean, right? So 255, I think it's really important for us to understand is those 255 vehicles, basically sedans and trucks, are the ones that we can really get our hands on for electric vehicles. So those are the ones that we're going to talk about and say, we're going to question a little bit more, right? I can go and ask for a grader. So one of the big tractors that are out, I'm not going to be able to get an electric grader right now. So it doesn't make sense for me to pose that question to sustainability, to Public Works, and harass Sam and say, hey, I know you can get an electric grader. There isn't that, right? So this is how I broke it down. The electric vehicles, plug-in, hybrid, and the hybrid vehicles, we have in our fleet right now, we have 31 vehicles. That amounts up to 12.2%. That 2.2% is only including 255. So because the other, I believe it's like 415, I can't include those because either I can't get them or they don't make sense right now. And then the next level here is the all-electric. So this is completely electric vehicle. We have 23 vehicles currently in our fleet, which is 9%. Also, we have e-bikes and e-scooters, which I'm proud to say that Public Works has 1 e-bike and 2 scooters. But this is really important because it shows that we're right. If you look at the industry standards and where everybody's going, we're right. We're actually above the curve. All the conferences that Nate and I have attended, we've had these conversations. We just went to a conference 2 months, or maybe about a month ago, and we went to California, and it was specific on electric vehicles. When we're talking to agencies in California and Nevada, Colorado, they ask us how many vehicles we have, and we're like, oh, we've got 23 all full electric. And they are astounded because we're ahead of the game, right? They're like, oh, we've only got 5. I'm like, you're in California. How many do you have? Well, we have them on order, but we're still working on it, right? So I'm really proud of where we've gotten and where we're at as far as our electric vehicles. Because I say that we have 23 electric vehicles, that also means some of my worry is infrastructure, right? So do we have enough infrastructure to make sure that we're fueling these vehicles? We currently have working closely with sustainability, we have 55 charging points in the city of Flagstaff. That's level 2 and level 2. We do not have any fast chargers, but we're working on it. All right. So when we talk about right sizing, it's not about cutting the fleet. It's about balance. So every vehicle should have a clear purpose and be the right fit for the job. We have been taking a hard look at what's in our fleet, how it's being used, and whether or not the piece of equipment still meets our needs. So sometimes that means sharing resources, and every division has its own vehicle. Sometimes not every division needs their own vehicle. Sometimes we can ask them these questions and say, hey, do you really need that truck? Because we've noticed in our underutilized report that it's had less than 5,000 miles. What can we do with that? So that's a report that Nate, the fleet manager, works on, and me and him both in the directive, we both work on it. That's where we come in and have to have those tough discussions with the divisions and say, hey, do you really need that? And then they're like, no, I drive it every day. So then I pull it up to them and say, well, you've only driven 3,000 miles. There's special occasions though, right? Because you have the police department who drives, I'm thinking of old words, paddy wagon. But I don't know the correct word, that's all that's in my head, but they drive from the police department to city court. That's about 5 miles. And they only drive it twice a week, right? So there's gonna be those special circumstances that you have to have one of those vehicles, but they're not putting that many miles on it. But then you'll have another instance where another division is driving a vehicle and they've only got the 4,000 miles, and we're asking them those questions. Well, why do you only have 4,000 miles? That doesn't mean that I'm going to ask you to go and try to drive it to beat the 5,000. That is not what we're asking. We're making sure that you're using the vehicle for the right purposes. If you're only driving 4,000 miles, can you possibly share it with another division? Are your high times, there's some divisions that they need to use it during the summertime for special purposes because of the weather. That's their season, right, is summertime. Well, if you're using it in the summertime, can you purpose that, can you share it with another division? So now you're having one vehicle not sit in a parking lot all winter long, we can share it with another division. So again, it's thinking out of the box and being creative. And then also just a special note of interest is, I think it's really important that you know how many vehicles we replace every year. We replace anywhere between 30 to 45 vehicles, depending on the funding for that fiscal year, also depending on what the police department needs, what the fire department needs. Sometimes the fire department will come up and say, hey, we need to replace an engine. Well, that's almost $1 million. It is $1 million. That takes away all of the funding for the general fund fleet, right? So in this directive, we're working with the fire department, with the police department to say, hey, can you let us know when you're going to have a big purchase? 3 to 4 years in advance so that we can start saving and it doesn't take the entire general fund. So then it takes away from public works, it takes away from pros. So we're trying to plan a little bit more and get strategic on that. Also a good note is with the EVs that we've purchased, we've gotten a tax credit of $41,000. Just the last one that we got in the nick of time before it ended, September, I did some really cool magic, and we were able to get one more Chevy Trailblazer electric vehicle for the city manager's office. So, but it's a really good win, right? We use that, we worked with sustainability to make sure that we're getting those tax credits back. All right, so right sizing. It isn't about shrinking our fleet. It's about making sure that every vehicle has purpose and that we're using resources wisely as the city grows. So this is about putting the right tool in the right hands. For example, maybe a smaller, kind of what you were saying, maybe a smaller hybrid SUV will work to do the same thing as a half-ton pickup truck. Instead of every division owning underutilized vehicles, we're creating shared pools. It saves money, reduces idle time, and keeps vehicles in use instead of being parked. We're also following the EV first approach. So one of the things is we need to ask those questions. EV first approach is, will an EV work for you? We have been really pleasantly surprised that we haven't had very many people come to us and say, absolutely not. We are not going to do this. We have not had that with the city. It's been surprisingly awesome because we're providing them with the tools that they need. We're also providing them with the education. It's about learning how to drive an EV. It's about planning. So if they're going to go to Phoenix, they can use one of our pool vehicles, which we just got this really cool, snazzy Chrysler van that is also a plug-in hybrid, so it's both. But they can come and use it. If they have an EV and they're worried about not making it all the way down to Phoenix, we have 3 really good pool vehicles that people will be able to use. And it's also providing them education, sitting down with them and saying, hey, this is what you need to do. This is how you charge your vehicle. And like I said, we've got all these vehicles and we've had really good success with it. All right, so we're tightening up the process and bringing more structure to fleet decisions. The Fleet Management Committee reviews all vehicle requests, so everything that is transparent and consistent across the divisions. So the Fleet Advisory, that's a different one. So I have Facilities Advisory Committee, and then I have the Fleet Management Committee. So FMC is what it's called. We get together every month and we go over and discuss the fleet request. For the budget year, what we do is we have the divisions send us their request. We actually did it last month, I believe, and we have them tell us what they would like. What are they going to replace? Is there going to be any new additions? And then we go through together collectively to talk about them. We also work with sustainability very closely. So part of this fleet directive that we have is the sustainability group needs to approve the purchase or the request of it. So they will say, okay, we're gonna, actually here's a perfect example because Ed Schenk was just here. We just discussed this with him about 2 weeks ago because they added those new positions. With those new positions, we needed to add a vehicle for them. So Ed brought up, he'd completed the form. The fleet committee approved the purchase because, for one, it was an additional employee, and then the budget committee also approved it. So these were approved fundings. So then we talked to them and say, okay, exactly what are you going to need to be able to do your job correctly? And they go up to the basin, so they're gonna need some clearance, they're gonna need, they don't go to the basin very often, but when they do, we need to make sure that they can go up there safely, and I'm not gonna have to contact Nate to go get the tow truck to bring them down the hill. So it was a really good conversation, right? It was myself, it was Nate, and Danae, and Ed Shank, and then Lee Williams as well. So we had this conversation. Ed had a idea of what he wanted. He wanted a truck that was all ICE, so internal combustion engine. And Danae asked the great questions. Well, why do you need that? Is there another vehicle that you could have? Chevy Silverado won't work because it does not have enough clearance. Ed did all of his homework and said, well, this is the type of clearance I need. I need at least 6 or 7 inches. I don't remember exactly. And so he came up with the Ford Ranger. Okay, well, it's still ICE. Do you really need that? Well, and Nate did his homework as well and said, well, I don't think that will work because you're only gaining an inch. It's not going to be much, right? So end result is we went with a 4xe, which Water Services already has, so it's a Jeep electric version. So it will be able to have all of the stuff that they need, all of the specs. And then, one of the questions is, well, I don't have enough infrastructure. Guess what? We can help you. I happen to work in facilities as well. So it's about finding solutions, really, and having these conversations. And what's really been great is that people are willing to listen. People are willing to budge a little bit. And then sometimes you can't budge, right? Sometimes an electric vehicle for a special instance isn't going to work. So what have we done with that? So Public Works is a perfect example for streets. Sometimes they're going to be out on the road all the time. If you have a major incident, you have flooding, and you're going to have that vehicle out 24 hours, how about instead of getting a full Ford F-150, let's get a hybrid? So it just goes down the line where we're still helping to protect the carbon neutrality plan, yet we're still making sure that the streets department can go out and perform their job duties. All right. All right, this is one of my favorite slides, actually. So, so we are looking at, on the carbon neutrality plan, it sets a target for 30% of all vehicle miles traveled by city operations are from zero-emission vehicles by 2030. So we're making steady progress towards that. We're intentional about it. We're intentional about electrifying our fleet and what we evaluate for each need of the divisions. We also ask whether an EV or hybrid can handle this workload. We're not chasing numbers. We're building a fleet that performs to the community while meeting the city's environmental goals. So we have this clear citywide target by 2030, and we want to get to the 30% of all the city miles driven to come from zero-emission vehicles. Obviously, that's very ambitious, but I really think that we can do it at the route that we're going. We just have to continue to be persistent, but we also have to be willing to acknowledge that sometimes the electric vehicle model is not always going to work. My goal is still to make sure that the city can operate and that we're growing with the city. At the same time, we're also working on building out our infrastructure. I think that's really important. I feel that we are also getting really close to our infrastructure capacity. So what does that mean? That means that I need to continue to work with sustainability and hope that Danae can find me some money so that we can build out some more charging points, right? Danae has been really helpful in getting grants. We've got all the charge points, but we're getting to the point where we're gonna start needing some more infrastructure. One of the things I have my eyes set on is getting some infrastructure in Willard Park, but also at the police department. We have a really cool thing that I hope I can bring to you guys soon with the police department, but can't quite tell you. So, but there's, but I need to make sure that we're having the infrastructure set. I don't want to get ahead of everything and I meet and buy a whole bunch more electric vehicles, yet I have a whole bunch of electric vehicles sitting in the parking lot, are waiting to be charging, right? So I need to make sure that we're balancing it out. All right. So our fleet future. I've already kind of spoke to this a little bit, but we need to continue to identify any of the electrifiable vehicle classes. So again, my purpose is to continue to stay with the light duty class and try to get as many of those as I can before I start hitting up the heavy duty class. The reason I say that is because the heavy duty class is not ready yet. We're not ready. We're gonna need some of the fast chargers. They're really expensive, and we also need to make sure that APS can meet those units. You know, we can be able to get and pull all of that. I don't want to make the city dark because and that's just me joking around. So, again, like I said, we have 55 total chargers, and then we're gonna continue to look at our utilization reports and right-sizing with the reviews with FMC. And that is all I have for you guys. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Nate, how many times do you go down and tow people that don't make it up the hill?
So we actually don't have a tow truck, but we will go on a service call. I've been on, I think, for a vehicle or a motor issue up to the interbasin probably 3 times in my career in 16 years. So not common.
What about coming up the grade? You know, I hear that sometimes, especially if somebody's using an EV vehicle and they're not used to it, they don't charge it and they run out of juice.
I'm actually pretty happy to tell you we've never had somebody call and say they've been out of juice on an EV for a City of Flagstaff piece of equipment. And I think that speaks a lot to our outreach with programs and education on the EV, making sure that people are planning routes and choosing the correct vehicles. We haven't had that happen with the City of Flagstaff fleet.
Maybe they're calling somebody else. So then, that was all for you, Nate.
Thanks.
Thank you. So you talked about some vehicles are not utilized a lot, and you have that 5,000 mile kind of benchmark. So it made me wonder, because I know EV vehicles are more expensive than gas-fueled vehicles. If they weren't, I would have one now. So, you know, I'm wondering that if it's such low usage, like, is there any calculation are we just going after just saying we can all have all EV vehicles, or are we saying, look, you know, this division, they only put 2,500 miles on a car, it's not worth the extra $40,000 or $20,000, whatever it is. Is there any thought to that, or no?
There is. So it's all based around funding as well, right? So we have a limited amount of money that we need to make sure that typically, you know, the 30 vehicles, how do we do this? For the last 2 years, 3 years, we had an electric vehicle fund, which helped to offset. So one of the biggest things was with the Chevy Silverados. It was $80,000. We allocated $60,000 to be taken out from the general fund, and then the remaining would be taken out of that electric vehicle fund. That electric vehicle fund is now zero. We have no more in that fund. But as far as deciding what's best, I think that it's really important that we evaluate what their need is. If they're going to only need it for 500 or 1,000 miles, come talk to us. We can see if we can find you a shared vehicle. We can see if you can use the pooled vehicle. It's about really evaluating what's out there, and not just buying a vehicle because you want one, because the division thinks that they need one. Again, those are the tough discussions that we have to have, and it's not very fun, because I understand their importance. It's a priority for them, right? I have lots of priorities, but sometimes I get told no a lot. But it's about making sure that we provide solutions for them as well.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say I'm glad to hear that also you put into the consideration capacity, you know, what our charging stations are, how many we have, what the need is, what APS's ability to meet the demands and stuff, because I know that's been a topic of conversation just on a more statewide level. So I'm glad to hear that you have all these checks and balances and are just not going out there blindly just filling a quota. So thank you for that.
You bet. And also, just as a side note, when I worked for the county, I towed 3 vehicles back, so.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, team, for the presentation. I wanted to go back to just the one slide back where you mentioned the future plans to expand the EV charging infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit more about the timeline that you have for that expansion?
I wish I could. Really, it comes down to funding. I think that we did a really good job, and I'm going to give kudos to sustainability and to Danae for getting the ChargePoint program out there. So that ChargePoint program happened about 4 or 5 years ago, and we were able to get a lot of these chargers out there. So right now, what we're doing is we're planning on figuring out where do we need those chargers. So some of these chargers, we just do a standard plug-in, and it's just, you just plug it in, there's no electronics, there's no data that's coming from it. For me, that's not good, right? Because I want to be able to see how much data we're using, or how much electricity we're using. However, it allows us, so at the Coconino facility, which is just a block here, we just have a standard plug-in for your vehicle. So Reggie, where does Reggie work? Code enforcement, he's just able to plug it in. But for me, I'm not able to see exactly how much data he's using, how much electricity is coming out. Our plan is to continue to work with sustainability, see if there's any grants available. And then our biggest goal right now is sustainability actually has a little EV fund charge account that they're kind of saving up for one of those big ones. So we're looking to get a fast charger. And then we need to continue having those conversations with facilities, with the other divisions to see, hey, is it okay we can put a charger out there? If it is, then we need to plan for that in the budget and request for that funding in the budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing up this discussion. This is quite impactful and such a great presentation by the team. Almost leaves us with no questions to ask.
That's good.
I was searching, man. I was searching. And then I kind of wanted to expand on Councilmember Matthews' point. What I was hearing there was electric versus gas-powered vehicles. So I was wondering if there's any studies on cost up front over cost over a lifetime, the difference between the two. I just think of like oil changes to start off with. I mean, but it goes way deeper than that. Do you have any information on that?
I don't have information on it. I can give you kind of a glance of the savings. You will save. You will save some money because when I was driving the Silverado, I went in to take it for preventative maintenance, and I'm like, what am I going to do here? You know, so any regular preventative maintenance, it's going to be, you're going to check the tires, you're going to check for fluids, you're going to check all the belts. And when I went to take it to the shop, and I said, Nate, help me out here. And we did some studying and said, what's the best practice for a PM on an electric vehicle? Well, there wasn't much. It was to make sure the tires are good, to make sure that the windshield washer fluid is topped off, do a walk around the vehicle. That's about it, right? But my concerns are is what's going to happen in 10 years, and I see my partner in crime here popping in because I know she's done that research. So I will let her take on.
Greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Love this discussion, my favorite topic. And kudos to Jen and Nate for all the hard work they do. They're really amazing to work with on incorporating our climate goals into our fleet and operations goals. I did want to just touch base that, or remind the council that the City of Flagstaff was the first to work with APS through the fleet electrification assessment, and that looked at that total cost of ownership. And I can send that those findings out again, but the quick highlight is that the total cost of ownership, if we were able to like snap our fingers and transition all of our EV feasible vehicles to EVs today came out to an estimated $11 million over a 25-year period. And so there are significant cost savings, primarily from the fuel costs are about a third the cost of gas. And then those maintenance, as Jen is mentioning, there's just a lot less parts. There's about 200 parts in an EV compared to 2,000 parts in an internal combustion engine. And so there's a little bit simpler design, and they're a more efficient technology. And so we get to see those benefits, not just on the emission side, but also on those cost savings for fuel and maintenance. And thank you for that question.
Yeah, I appreciate the prediction and the all the work that it takes to assume those type of things, and I'm really looking forward to the actuals, in our fleet and what those numbers are. And I know you guys are keeping as much tabs as you can on that, and I think that'll be useful for future conversations. I'm talking a decade out. But it basically just goes back to, you can't talk about vehicle fleet without talking about vehicle maintenance. So on that behalf, it makes me wonder, how many of our maintenance technicians are electric certified? And you don't need to necessarily answer that question, because it makes me also think about, when I think about vehicle maintenance, about how many vehicles are currently being held together by the maintenance team, because we can't afford to replace all of them. And again, we don't have to answer that question now either, unless you want to go there. But I think that you can't, like I said, you can't talk about vehicle fleet without talking about the maintenance.
Mayor and Councilmember Garcia, I love that question. Actually, it was in part of my presentation and my notes that I was supposed to talk to you about. We currently do not have any technicians that are certified for electric vehicles. It is a whole different type of beast. Another one thing that keeps me up at night is to try to figure out how we're going to keep those vehicles safe, right? So there's policy going to need to be in place for our fleet. If we have an electric vehicle that is down and needs to be serviced, and there's going to be some things, right, that we need to make sure that we're keeping tabs on, but I can't have that vehicle be in the bay while we go home at night, because I don't know if a fire happens, we lose the entire fleet shop, and that fleet shop is probably one of the nicest shops in the state. So those are things that Nate and I are starting to work on and trying to get some training for our technicians. They have training they're ASC certified, they've gone to the schoolings, but they know how to work on regular ICE vehicles. So that's stuff that we have to work on too. It's really important with the maintenance, and you're exactly right. Where are we going to be at in 10 years? What's going to happen with those batteries? We need to make sure that we can still continue to maintain those vehicles.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. This is a great discussion. I think it's one that, we're having it on occasion, and I think it's definitely one we need to continue to revisit with frequency. Madam Mayor, I appreciate you bringing this up as a fair, and was very much in support of moving the conversation forward. I am very curious to learn from you more about what your thinking was in bringing this up, and to hear your advocacy behind it. Before you do that, though, I'll have my say on this. I want to start out by saying that, I understand there's a lot of practical considerations that are on Fleet's mind about this mandate, this prerogative that council has given down. And Jen, I think you're doing a great job of taking the first steps towards that transition. And it seems like you're the perfect person to have out there thinking through all these things. And I want to laud and appreciate the enthusiasm that I am hearing, and the adherence to council's directive. I think we are making good steps. I'm going to pivot now, though, and I'm going to push back a little bit, and I'm going to talk about how, when I look at this presentation, what I hear a little bit is some alarm bells going off. This presentation feels on the defensive side to me. We're talking about the things that keep us up at night instead of the attitude of how do we get to yes. And I just want to make sure to keep the foot on the accelerator here. Notice I didn't say gas. I said accelerator. I want Fleet to know, and I want our divisions to know, and I want our leadership and city manager to know that we really do want electrified fleet. Here's a couple things. Our community has come to us with petitions in the past asking for us to electrify the fleet. I think Mayor Daggett's fair item is sort of, it's already a nice compromise to that, because we know, and I can see by this presentation, and I know from the conversations I have with folks around the city, that a full, blind electrification effort doesn't make sense. And how do you turn that into a policy directive? But I see what the mayor's coming up with here, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Mayor. This is really just my take on it, is that this is a nice step down from that, that prescriptive approach. And this is just an opportunity for us to recommit ourselves to a stronger electrified fleet. I don't think those numbers are high enough. 23% of vehicles or 12%. If you could go back to the slide and help remind me of what those numbers actually are. I'm of the opinion that we need to be much further along than that. And when we talk about cost and stuff, I'm glad to hear that over the long term, as with so many things with electrification and carbon neutrality, you end up saving money hand over fist in the long run. I'm very disappointed to hear that we don't have anyone on staff, a certified EV mechanic or technician. We should be well past that by now. We really should be. Council after council after council has mandated and pushed and given the directive for fleet electrification. And this is very much backed up from a ground up effort from the community that has made it very clear they'd like to see more city vehicles electrified out there. And I don't want to see excuses or nightmare scenarios and spending lots of time talking about what are the reasons why this can't work. I understand that we are in a reality and that we have to be grounded, but I'm in a position to move the conversation forward. And I just have to use my time here to make sure that I'm extremely clear that my intention is that we go full throttle on this. I'm disappointed with the number of times we call things out for consent and have conversations around why we couldn't have an electric vehicle. I think most of the time those conversations end up making sense. And again, I do have a practical side, and I just want to, articulate that balance there. But I want to see less conversations like that. I want to see more effort going on in the background and behind the scenes to get to yes before these things even come to council. And that's just my enthusiastic, avid opinion on this. And again, I'm one of 7, but I've also been one of 7 for 3 or 4 councils now. And this mandate has not changed. And I'm hoping to hear from others on council who agree with that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I think it's a good conversation to have. I know that when we talk about our fleet, and the audience often is asking us these questions, so I'm glad we have it all in one place, and I just wanted to thank you for your work on it. I do agree, we want to keep moving this forward. We've heard loud and clear from the community, and I know you're being realistic and giving us kind of where the bumps are in the road, and I know you know where we want to move with it, and I just appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and as I said in the beginning, my reason for bringing this forward was more to make sure that there's some rigor in the process in terms of when someone requests a vehicle, that it's not just, if someone says they need I used an F-150 or whatever, that there is some analysis as to whether that is indeed the vehicle that they need to have. So I was thinking more just in terms of buying the vehicle that we need for the job, and that there are other eyes looking at it. So I'm very appreciative of this, of the presentation, and knowing all the different sets of eyes, I guess, that are on it, and all the analysis that goes into purchasing the vehicle. As for the electric, I mean, I think you're in a interesting place, right? Because we have all of these needs that are not just simply, it's not like we just need vehicles for driving down to Phoenix and coming back, right? We need vehicles for heavy-duty stuff, fire trucks and everything, and so I completely understand those constraints about switching to electric. And I also understand the constraints of getting the electric vehicles. And so if there are some creative, and I know that you're already exploring all the creative solutions, but I just encourage you to, if there are pools that we can get together with, or if we can, as you said with the fire truck, know a couple of years ahead of time, if we can do that so that we can put in orders for electric vehicles down the line. And so this has satisfied me in terms of what I was looking for in the fair, and that's just that I wanted to see that we had a policy, and that there were various people and departments looking at the purchases. And you're right, I did love that vehicle. That was fun to drive.
Yes, it is very fun. The electric vehicles are very fun, and something that we are continuously looking at solutions, and the directive is a huge step forward, right? Because it provides us with a procedure, and it's clear for all the divisions. This is what we're following. This is how we do it, and it has to go through all the other divisions that are on this fleet committee. We go through all of the requests, and we make sure that it's ready to be replaced, that it has met its life, and it's time to think outside the box, right? So facilities is a great example. We have 3 electric vehicles, and at first, I got here, I returned back to the city about 2.5 years ago, and that's where it started, and they were a little nervous. But all it takes is getting out there. It's my commitment to make sure that we continue to move forward. We now have 3 electric vehicles in facilities, and it works flawlessly, right? Because they don't take their vehicles home, they can charge it, and they don't have to charge it for the entire week because they're driving in the city of Flagstaff. They're driving to every single facility. At the end of the shift, they plug it in at Public Works. So you have my commitment that we're going to continue working towards this goal.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional comments or questions. Oh, Councilmember Garcia made the little comment.
Really quick. Since we're talking about right-sizing vehicles and we're talking about cars and trucks mainly, I just wanted to make a quick little shout out. I know he's not the only one at the City of Flagstaff doing this, but every time I turn around, I see our Director of Water Services, Lee Williams, on a bike. So that's his preferred method of moving around the city, and it's not even a car or a truck. So shout out to Lee.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
All right, open call to the public. There is nothing here. And so informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with Councilmember Spence.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember House.
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Tomorrow we are, or I guess the NAU band will be at Buffalo Park. We're doing a send-off. And if you're watching the Thanksgiving Day parade, look for the mayor and I. We will be there cheering them along. And as an alumni, I'm just very excited for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thanks.
Councilmember Aslan.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to give an update on my participation in Civic Craft, which is it's a program with the League of Towns and Cities of Arizona. We're in our 4th session, was down in Tucson this last week, and I thought it was befitting of the candor and conversation that we had on the dais tonight. Our topic was leading with respect, trust, and civility in public discourse, which this council has seemed to master, and that's why I'm so proud to be a part of it. Civic Craft is for local leaders across the state and is an excellent opportunity to make those connections with people that are in your same seat but in a different city. It's amazing how many similarities that we actually have. The good news is you'll be able to meet all 50 of those characters come springtime, because while we traveled to Tucson here in the fall, they will be traveling up to northern Arizona here in the spring. Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to do that. I know that that's a lot of time out of your schedule, and that's great for the whole city that you're doing it. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. The last couple of days, I've been cooking to help a nonprofit that's feeding the clients over at the shelter services some turkey dinner for tomorrow. I'll be up till midnight finishing up tonight. Hopefully my husband is not burning the last turkey. We just got notification, and I remembered we discussed it last week at CJCC, but just to let the community know that the Justice Bus will be in Loop Chapter House on Thursday, December 11th. And what the Justice Bus does is they can expunge warrants, and Page, Coconino, Flag, Williams, and every other city and county court is there to process the paperwork. They also expunge marijuana charges because possessions of marijuana are not illegal anymore. So if you have those pending, they can remove those for you, as well as access, eligibility, and other things. All of us have received a lot of emails, and we've had a lot of discussions with community members, different stakeholders on the noise. Well, right now it's the party ordinance that we were hoping would kind of just work itself out. Boy, that was just a really robust discussion a year or so ago, and we had a lot of community input. There's a lot of emotional opinions about it, and I've listened to all the different perspectives and stuff. So it pains me a little bit to say this, but I'd like to request that we actually revisit the noise ordinance. And tonight kind of put the nail in the coffin that citizens are taking their own action. They think that they need to do it on their own, and that can get really dangerous. So I'd like to request, I don't know if it'd be a fair item or just request it. Does that need to be a fair item, Sterling?
I think we can just put that on. It was, Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, it was mentioned at that meeting a year ago that it would be coming back at some point, so.
And I know that the handouts, they had a couple of requests, and some of it I'm assuming is either not possible. I know the law enforcement enforces it when they're called with a complaint. They don't just patrol it. We don't have that kind of capacity to just put a patrol officer to sit down there in these areas all night long waiting for an incident to happen. So, but just want to recognize the request. And then lastly, I just want to make, again, this is kind of a comment, trying to understand our working calendar. And I know Michelle and Joanne responded to this request. I have 3 fair items that I've submitted this last year. 2 of mine since June and July don't have a date yet assigned to it. But my most important one, which was decoupling the site plan and/or a concept plan away from rezoning request, has been taken off the working calendar. And when you look at the whole working calendar, I don't even see many of our council requests on there. There are other staff members. And Michelle was really gracious in emailing me and saying, well, it's probably because we're coming with a report by the end of the year or early January that may address this May. You know, my expectation would be that it stays on the agenda, the working calendar, until it either is addressed and that council member is asked, you know, did that satisfy what you were looking for, or do you mind, we're going to take it off because we're going to discuss it in a different way. But all 3 of mine have to do with housing and our declared emergencies. And to council member Spence's comments about, you know, it took a couple of months. You know, I have a couple that aren't even assigned yet, and they've been 6 months. So I'd just like some better discussion on how that's processed and who makes those decisions and who takes them off when a council member, you know, I've been getting frustrated the last couple of months just hearing how budget team made this decision and this person made this decision, and I keep wondering where our authority really lies. And when we do a fair item, I expect it to be something that if 3 other council members say, yes, let's discuss it, that stays on the working calendar and we discuss it because it's important to the 7 of us that are elected to represent our community. So I just wanted to make that statement, and I look forward to getting some conversation on those things.
All right, I've got a couple of things. Congratulations to Ballet Folclórico de Colores on 20 years of performances in Flagstaff. They had a wonderful event Friday night at Puente Elementary that I attended, with great food that was prepared by the families there, and some great performances. And also, Lowell Observatory just had a day-long celebration on Sunday, celebrating 30 years of their Native American astronomy outreach program, which was started by Amanda Bosch, who's the current executive director, and Deidre Hunter. So for 30 years, they have been inviting teachers in and going into classrooms throughout northern Arizona, including onto the Navajo and Hopi nations, and it's just a phenomenal program. And yes, tomorrow at 4:30, join us at Buffalo Park and see the cool Route 66 wraps that the city ordered for the tubas in the band. It's pretty cool. So see everyone there. City Manager.
Mayor, Council, I just have a couple of updates and comment, and related to fair items. We will work through those, and some of the items we are in the process of getting those before council, so it may just not be noted. And then just making the point that this fair process is very clunky, and I think we would all agree with that. And you know, just give me a little time to figure out a better way to do this. So just a little. It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's it. So thank you. I appreciate the grace.
You're here.
So I do want to just make a quick announcement, and I'll be sending something out to the organization this evening, that I did put out a request right after I was appointed for an interim deputy city manager to fill my role. And I received 8 very qualified applicants who were interested in serving the organization. And I made the selection to select Kevin Finsel to serve in this role. You all know Kevin well. He's worked with every division in the organization and has been with the city attorney's office 11 years, 9 of those as a deputy city attorney. And we're just really excited. Just with Shannon and Kevin, I just feel like we have an excellent team, and just looking forward to the future. So just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are adjourned.